Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. I'm fine. Good morning, chat. Sorry, I had to take a drink. I've been having like a hardcore nosebleed all morning. Good morning, chat. Hello. I hope you are having a fantastic day. And if you are not, please come in and we will try our best to make it better. I cannot guarantee that it will be better, but we can try. Yes, hello. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I get bad nosebleeds during the winter. I get bad nosebleeds. Goober morning. Can't die now. You have D&D to play. Exactly. I hope you guys have had a fantastic day. I have missed you. I know that we just talked yesterday, but I missed you. My nose is all sniffly. So I apologize if I sound horrible. It's not my fault. I promise. Alright. Oh my goodness, wait a minute. Why isn't it loading? Ah! Alert! 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 Why isn't the map loading? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The dawn of Anor'lur. There it is. Alright, good morning, chat. It is time for D&D, and I am so very glad. I'm so very glad that you have come to watch with us today. It shall be quite a glorious day for the Dungeons and Dragons. If you would like to have your name on the VOD on the VOD and immortalized, please. I'm so sorry for future VOD watchers. I'm having a day. I apologize. If you would like to have your name and your presence immortalized onto the VOD, say something in chat now. Say hello to the future VOD watchers, to the YouTubers, to any D&D enthusiasts, and those that find it this beautiful morning, night, evening, afternoon, wherever they are. Because we are going to start the next episode of the Dawn of Anor'lur. Anor'lur. And this is Dungeons and Dragons. We play every Sunday morning at roughly like 9 a.m. And it's a great time. I love storytelling. If you guys are here from my usual content, I am just as much a storyteller there. I love role-playing games, and I love storytelling, and it just things that take you out of the world, the escape, the beauty, and just everything. I love it so much. So I have invited all of you to join me in that fantastic experience here every Sunday at 9 a.m. Escape with me. Let us go meet the cast, shall we? Also, I'm a little shaky because my nose this morning bled a lot. So I'm like, I'm like, it just wouldn't stop bleeding. Unmuting. My apologies, chat.
That would be wise.
Yeah? What would be wise, DM?
Starting up the music.
Oh,
Hello,
yeah,
gamer.
that would be nice, because I haven't... my dumb self was like, yeah, I'm gonna put on this music, yeah, so that it's not, like, just my voice, and it's nice and... Didn't fucking unmute it for stream.
No music playing for 10 minutes.
Yeah!
Yeah.
There was no music playing while I was talking, because I looked over and it had a little red X, and I was like, oh, fuck.
Oh no.
Future VOD watchers are like, man, did I hit the play button? What's happening right now?
Like, you breathing.
Brother, I know you're excited. It's okay.
He's all like,
sorry.
I'm so excited.
I'm sorry.
We were having a very philosophical conversation.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's all.
Was it more aforementioned logo named food places?
The Short Stack Factory, yes, it was.
Here we go.
Short Stack Cheesecake Factory?
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be terrible. Their tables are really tall.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, you're right.
That makes
Oh
it
my
even
God.
better. That's actually perfect then. That's calculated.
That just makes it even funnier.
They're all like jacked because they have to lift plates over their heads to put things
Yeah.
on.
I love it.
I cannot hear the music. Why? Ah,
You can't hear the music.
I don't hear it either.
I can hear it.
There.
I can't hear it. Fix
I'm
it.
gonna refresh.
Refresh.
Oh wait, I had Microsoft Edge muted. Never mind.
2 for 2, baby. 2 for 2.
We just out here winning, winning.
Stupid Sunday.
I also zipped my hair into my hoodie and didn't realize, and I was like, "Why is something pulling on my hair?" And I was really annoyed. And then, like 10 minutes later, I was like, "Oh, I'm an idiot." The blood loss from my nose this morning has just made it real light.
Oh dear National
Just
Screamer
going
Yellow.
down.
It's Sunday.
Good morning, players. Welcome to episode 6 of Dawn of Anor'lur. We're gonna go down the line. We're gonna get introduced to our players. You're gonna tell me a little bit about your character, who you are, what you're playing, and you're gonna go down the line unprompted, and we'll go from there. Starting with the adjudicator.
Hey, y'all. I'm Rozzy. I play Blake Steele, a human variant, being half human, half Leonin. He's a 6 levels in fighter, 5 levels in divine soul sorcerer, and he's the prince of a far-off region called Rowfield, full of big-ass lion men and people who follow the law because it's cool. Blake was sent to originally was a mission by the Emperor of Carousel to investigate the darkness that used to be overcast over Eris, but now he's in a brave new world where it's dawn all the time, and now to say it simple and sweet, he's got a new goal, and is to get rid of the sun over Anor'lur. It's a problem. It's not good. It's a monument to his failure. Yeah, that's it.
Well, following that up, I am Kieran, and I play the war wizard Oberon Illyrian. Like Blake, Oberon was sent to investigate cult happenings on the continent then known as Eris, now trapped in Anor'lur, cut off yet again from anyone and anything might be able to aid him. He has to somehow manage to help collect the group and find their bearings 2 years into the reign of the God King.
Hello, I am Momo, and I play Evelyn Yenlier. She is a reborn wood elf, level 11 druid of the moon. She was born in the first age, thousands of years ago, but found herself awoken in current time, taken from her family in the first. Thanks to her current comrades, friends, and family from rescuing her from the hands of a vicious hag, currently she is seeking to investigate and guide the many new flora and fauna of this land in the name of her god and father, and seek to bring the night sky back to the land with her friends, her family.
Hi everyone, I am the swashbuckler rogue, Ibrahim Inkaran, relic hunter of the Ashen Black Deserts of Suna, sun elf born of the Jelaine Cove, yet you wouldn't be able to tell by my looks. Paladin to Bahamut, at the latest. It is his learned tenets to the Platinum Dragon that now usher me forth across the land, as it's been changed the whole of Anor'lur, in the hopes to redeem my latest failings. And with them, undo the great change that the God King has brought about in hopes of saving the Dominion. Or Erist, as it was.
I play Talanos Aberon. He's the gunslinger. Having grown up in a village that prized technology over most things and all of that. Once that village.
Okay.
That's my alt key. Anyway. Anyway, once embarking on that revenge quest for that time and then getting ordered by the Emperor to join this crew to investigate the land, they are now way over their heads and missing a lot of time.
I play Zafina Malok. She is a level 11 bard underneath the College of Maestro. Having originally been sent to Erist on behalf of her retired adventurer father, she sought out to find any of the rumored wealth or anything that might be hidden on Erist. Only now to have come to find it has been 2 years, and they have now awoken into a land of not darkness, but pure sunlight. She now spends each hour wondering if they'll actually be able to find a balance in this world where there is both dark and light.
Delightful. Who recounted, I believe it was 2 weeks ago?
That would be Ibrahim.
Yes, Ibrahim.
Ibrahim, please pick somebody to recount.
Hey Blake!
Let's go. Let's go. About action.
You're
Let's go.
You're a bastard.
Blake, I choose you, but you knew that already, didn't you?
I had a feeling. I could
Oh, a
feel.
premonition, was it?
It was a premonition, you could say.
Let us into the mind of Blake.
Premonition from knowing when you're about to get fucked.
You sure you want to
Bruh.
be there?
Yeah, you sure you want to be there right now?
Currently, weed
Yes.
music and sad emo music mixed together.
Bro,
It's a loveless cover of the Wii music.
Ugh, alright. Give me just a moment. I gotta... Let's see. I walk around, I find myself being constantly reminded of our failure. I look at Waylon now, and he's in such a state. He's bound to a chair, and all because we disappeared into that mine. Thankfully, he's found himself aid to assist in the law-keeping of Donwood, but this feeling of failure continues to weigh down on me. I hate it. And after hearing about the betrayal, that someone sold him out, makes me angry. And with also the revelation of him being back, that bastard tried to kill us under the town, summoning that monster Morgan. I'm almost inclined to believe he's the one that sold him out. But cooler heads prevail, and I won't choke the life out of him now. But at least not with that new fellow. I forgot his name. I wasn't paying attention. He's got tail and ears like a cat, though he's not a Leonin. Also, not to mention, Ellen's a bit... Apparently she's been contracted by the capital, and she made these things called soul gates. Personally, I don't trust them, and if she's been contracted by the capital, then I'm not sure if she can be trusted. But I suppose for now, we'll have to take what we can get. Thankfully, with Waylon's approval, we can basically have free reign. He's the lawmaster, so with these seals that he signed, we were able to venture into the mine once again. Honestly, part of me didn't even want to go anywhere near that again, but I guess once again we find ourselves willingly throwing ourselves into it. We did find the custodian, though. He was in a bit of a... Let's just say he was waiting for us all these years. Felt bad leaving him behind, but it wasn't our fault. It's not like we did it on purpose. But when we arrived, and I guess he was waiting for an apology, which I suppose is owed, considering all that we've done. Figure it out. We always do. I guess now our next plan is to figure out what to do next. I'm not sure.
Hooray!
Well done.
Thank you.
The custodian has joined the party. Now, having freed him from the wall via apology, and making your way back into Dawnwood proper, with the number of individuals gawking at you as you do, what are you doing, party?
Quick question. How are we feeling? Is it like midday feeling-ish? Like afternoonish? Because I've been doing a lot of walking.
You have been doing a lot of walking. Why don't you... You have proficiency in survival?
Fuck no, I'm a wizard.
I'm just asking. Jesus, calm down.
No, I don't have proficiency.
I mean, you could try. Go ahead and throw me a survival roll.
Sure. Sure. Let's do that. Oh, actually, okay. Sure.
There is, despite there being the constant sun that is like is always present, thus never really giving the feeling of time ever moving. It does feel as though the day has shifted, and it's sort of noticeable by the clouds in the sky. And you would note that, at least feeling wise, having rested as well as the party did and made your way here, it's around, you would surmise, maybe 2 or 3 in the afternoon, maybe a little
Yeah.
later.
We've been at it for a while. Okay.
On that note, DM,
Hello.
is it like super apparent that he has this chest thing again? Because Evelyn's been quite distracted, and I just wanted to gauge how prevalent it is.
When he has armor on, as he does right now, the leather armor, no. But, and just like regular clothes, it is, a bit more noticeable. Like, can't wear anything V-cut.
There is definitely a much more like sort of haggard appearance to Oberon as well, very reminiscent of a time before the sort of rebirth and the cathedral, when you were assisting him in the caverns.
Noted. So it would have been like, he's been like generally armored this whole time?
Yeah, ever
Okay.
since we got out of the special time capsule coffins.
Noted. Okay, thank you. Sorry,
And I'll get to your DM in a second.
I figured it was the best time to ask, because we had already asked the DM something. Sorry, continue.
With the custodian in tow, what are you doing, party?
Well, it's a little after midday. Do you think we should see the druids, or perhaps stop by the mead hall?
I mean, we could always stop by the mead hall and get a small bite to eat before heading out to see the druids.
That was my thinking exactly, and probably by that time I'll be able to walk around without using one of you.
I could go for a beer.
Despite everything, I'm still going to need to eat.
I suppose. Well, I'd rather get back to it quickly.
Well, yeah, and we will, but we also need to make sure we have our strength as well.
Oh. Let's get a move on then.
It may not be Farron's cooking, but I'm sure it's decent. He says, trying to offer a little bit of levity with a smirk.
Okay. We're making our way back to the Hunter's Mead Hall then.
Seems so.
Sounds like it.
Perfect. Go ahead and drag your token. What is the intentions here? Just getting food, a short rest?
Yeah, I would probably guess no more than an hour, I would say. Get
Yeah.
in, get it something to eat, something to drink.
It's lunchtime.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime.
So,
And
Time for day drinking and debauchery.
I mean, it's only like 3 o'clock. It's only 2 hours to 5. It's fine.
Yeah, fair.
And hopefully, with all the running around we've done, hopefully there'll be a cane incoming.
Well, remember that
That's
running
gonna take a
around
while.
is recent, so
Yeah.
it will take him. It'll probably be by the end of the day that you'll have your cane.
Fair enough. All right.
Okay. Go ahead and drag your token, guys.
Oh god, where are we? I'm blind. Oh, right, we're up here.
Like to do it, do it.
Fantastic. Stepping inside the Hunter's Mead Hall, nothing much has changed since your last visit here, just earlier today. The same barkeep, the one who had met you earlier, the human fellow, looking more surprised that the custodian is with you, as the large warrior jar sort of walks behind the party, its heavy footfalls announcing your presence, probably far louder than that of the adjudicator or your other armored party. And as you step inside, if you have coin, you have meals. So, all in all, for the entire party eating and having, what type of meal would you guys like to eat? Would you like to eat something filling, something light?
Did they have meat?
Of course they do.
Well, did they have noodles?
Noodles? They do not.
What is this advanced society we live in? It's a lie!
Place doesn't have noodles.
Yeah, right? God.
They're out.
They're out.
Because they're
Hell.
so good, that's why.
New mission, guys.
We're getting
They're
more
out of
noodles.
I'm afraid.
The noodles were consumed by the lunch rush. We're a little late.
Indeed. If you were to maybe show up later tomorrow, they might have some fresh noodles for all of you.
I can't believe this.
If you guys are getting a filling meal for the entire party, it'll cost you about 2 gold pieces.
We don't have gold. All we have is platinum.
You guys have bought things, you guys have gotten change.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Goes up, gets a fucking a McDouble off the dollar menu. Hey, can you break 100?
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, you're the worst.
The custodian, though not eating, does appear to just sort of be stretching and just sort of going through motions, sort of making sure that their limbs are still well articulated and still able to function. So over the course of the hour, you would see the custodian just not really sitting still, just moving, stretching his arms, sort of flexing his fingers, and sort of engaging in idle banter with the party, sort of denoting any recent changes to equipment, lack of it, or other sort of bigger changes, like Oberon sort of having to slouch and lean against things.
Evelyn would definitely kind of curious of the custodian. Ask it if it eats.
Yes.
You do? What
Yes.
do you eat?
Creatures that can fit into my jar.
I wish
You would-
my jar lid was as big as yours. And she pointed at her mouth.
You would watch as he lifts his arm, almost as if mimicking this sort of flexing motion. Only those that I have defeated in honorable combat.
When was the last you ate?
2 years ago, he starts going down the list of numbers to the
Okay,
exact
all
second.
right. Noted. Should we try to find you something to eat while we are out?
He ponders for a moment. You would see the fingers sort of coming up, tapping along the lid of the jar. Yes.
She looks to the party. Well, you've heard him. We have to find a proper foe for him to face while we're out. We owe it to him, after all.
Or we could find something.
Let us be off. You would see as he turns.
Wait,
not
wait.
quite. Hold,
Not
quite.
yet.
wait.
Not
He stops.
yet.
You have a favorite?
He thinks again. No.
Oh. A jar after my own heart.
How many weird looks are we getting?
A lot.
Okay.
There is no other conversation currently happening in the mead hall. People are staring.
Understood.
Evelyn does not know. She's just talking to the jar.
Like,
Just smile at everybody, like, yeah, hi.
like just looks around, just like they act like they've never seen a walking jar before.
God.
I think he's been still for how long?
2 years, and then starts going down the math again.
Yes.
Is there anything else the party would like to do while you are here? While you have this free time? Really, I mean, you've talked to Ellen, who has given you the sort of rough location of the divine Remoraz patriarch. There are some others you've been directed to speak to.
Shudders.
You've spoken to Arnold. You've spoken to Waylon. You've spoken to Farron. Is there anything else you guys want to do?
I'll let the others go first.
The goal look to the others as the custodian listing off how long he's been waiting. All right, who else haven't we spoken with yet that we should?
Steph would just kind of shrug her shoulders and raise up a hand. Is there anyone in particular that you all know that you would like to see personally?
What about the druids?
Well, that's on the list.
A small.
I'm talking more of, well, you guys know people here.
Yeah, it's true, but we've just about spoken to everyone we know.
Okay. She would like kind of raise up her hands a little defensively. I didn't know.
I would like to acquire a few additional things with Lord Anew, but I can wait until later.
He's quite peculiar to me.
Talking about his eye?
No.
Then
He's
what?
quite peculiar in a lot of ways.
She kind of takes note of the room. This? She kind of hush her tone a little bit more so that the entire tavern of people who are currently watching that don't hear her.
But what did she say? I did not hear you.
He's just... He feels as out of time as I do.
Is he as out of time as you are?
I'm unsure if he's just been given the knowledge or is...
You two seem to have shared some familiarity.
He's just among the very, very small list of people we've come across that, well, I recognize.
Zeph would kind of smile softly, looking to Oberon. Well, it seems like there's more than just one of you that would like to go talk to him.
Must we go right away? Wouldn't it be best if we got some resources before we came back to town and talked to them all over again?
Hmm, it depends. I have some things I want to confirm.
Have you learned something new? Has something changed since we last spoke?
Mm, no, just some observations made. Some things I'd like to clarify. Oh, believe me, I have no intention of going running off this very evening. I'd very much like to spend at least one night in a bed.
Hmm.
And first thing in the morning, we're speaking to this man.
If you insist, sure. Otherwise, then just the druids.
Certainly not
honest.
insisting.
Oh, sorry, Ibrahim.
He holds up a palm. Then with it, motions to Evelyn.
If I'm honest, I'm quite nervous to go in and see them.
No, if for no other reason, I'd like to inquire about more milkweed, should they have.
I am just... I suppose... You heard? How... She leans in closer. Gods are revered here. I don't know how I would feel to see the druids who once followed my father, now following something else.
Guess you won't know until you find out.
Unfortunately, wish there were a way I could find out without having to go see them.
Unfortunately, you gotta typically find out firsthand these things.
I'd do much rather enjoy a nice forest full of my close friends and animals. Talking to people's not my greatest suit. I tend to get odd looks.
Well, odd looks are plenty. You're not the only one.
And you won't be alone going there either.
She smiles. Suppose.
And besides, me and Ibrahim have unfinished business with the druids anyway.
Do?
We do. Blake will look over to Ibrahim. We were supposed to help them. You know,
Like-
gather the harvest.
Blake would find that he's as confused as Evelyn, sort of huddled up beside her looking at the man in question. Oh. with all these great changes that came about, do you really think they are the same? Think the agreement stands?
I mean, I wouldn't hold them to it, but still owe it to them. We said we show up, and then Blake will look around. Are people still listening to us?
They're more interested in the custodian.
He's over there signing autographs. Fucking like.
Exactly.
Hello.
When left to his own device, like once you guys have stopped talking to him, he's like, "All right," and then proceeds to go off to some other corner of the the hunter's meat hall, sort of like not harassing customers that are here, but very much in the vein of like, "You look strong. I challenge you," and then proceeds to like proceeds to go through about several other people, like dock workers, like sort of lumberjacks, and it's just like arm wrestling people as he's just like wandering around the hunter's meat hall. You guys have stopped talking to him for exactly 5 seconds, and he just left.
I want to draw a comic of him like beating somebody in an arm wrestling and trying to put them in his mouth.
Yes.
And they're just like, hey, hey, hey!
Wait, hold on. What the fuck is it? What's happening?
I beat you.
To do an honorable combat. I eat you now.
So that's what he's doing right now, and that's what's sort of drawn the attention away from the party quite considerably. Is that everybody is watching the custodian right now?
All right. Also, upon seeing, the attention isn't on them anymore. We've been gone for 2 years, so we at least should show our faces to them.
Evelyn just, oh. I guess it's somewhat of a good thing that they didn't see my face necessarily.
Well, considering they were looking for you before, probably a good thing now. Show up again.
I don't think it will. If they don't follow my father, I doubt they'll have the same interest.
You never know.
Especially if we were... Never mind. Kind of like rubs her temple a little bit. Quite distressed.
This
Seems-
is a great time. There we go.
I'm scared.
Scared. Fear.
It's just
What's
updating
happening?
your token to represent that you have an NPC with you.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
level
One.
+1.
The hero's +1.
What, so wait, you're saying the custodian isn't a hero?
That
He's a hero in my book.
He's
He was
not a hero
there.
yet.
He's a
He was
pot.
there when we fought, Waylon. I'm just saying.
He
didn't
watched.
fight though. If you want to make him a hero, you gotta take him on an adventure.
Ah.
Oh, he's going on an adventure.
Alright, fine.
Then I guess after lunch we're gonna walk our way over to the druids.
We're gonna go talk to the druids
Oh, yeah.
after lunch.
Walk it off.
Well, lunch comes and goes relatively fast, only an hour. And it wouldn't be long before the custodian has challenged everybody who was willing to accept the challenge and has made his way back to the party proper. And you'd have been, from Waylon, pointed to the Monolith of Echoes. This location over here.
I mean, it was obvious
The quick question.
Yeah.
How many times did the custodian win?
All of them.
Yo!
Perfect.
He's
2
a
years don't hold him
unit.
down. 2 years don't hold him down.
Okay, gonna make note. Pot boys don't suffer from atrophy. Got it.
Yes, yes. It's just a warm up.
Okay,
Alright.
party. If there's anything else you would like to do in the Hunter's Mead Hall or around the surrounding area, now's the time to do so. Otherwise, please drag the token to the Monolith of Echoes.
Evelyn will take a big drink.
Big
We
drink
have
of
this to
water, right?
go.
Big
I
drink of
must
water,
commence
right?
the drunkening.
No. You introduced her to the drunkening. Now it is the coping. Look what you've done.
Oh
opening.
no!
Now it is the copening. Look what you've done.
She's an alcoholic. No.
You
I
did this.
I'm gonna drag us, boys.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh, great. We just
Hey.
destroyed 7 buildings, and now we're here.
Yeah,
You just walk right through him. Custodian just like stand aside.
he literal Kool-Aid man's through him.
Making your way to the southern portion here in Dawnwood, and sort of navigating the streets with a custodian on your heel, you again attract a lot of attention.
I have a question, DM.
What?
As we're walking, is it still like bustling day-to-day activity?
Sort of after about an hour in the Hunter's Meat Hall, you would find that eventually it does begin to slow down. Shops are still
Okay.
open, but the work of like laborers and craftsmen and the like sort of going about their days have sort of ended. You can see people are sort of returning home.
Okay, I'm just kind of people watching on our way over there.
Don't worry, you're also being watched.
That's fine.
Should
But
we
just
get a
sort
cloak
of-
for the hit for the jar?
The jar is not going to be hidden under a cloak. But yeah, just kind of taking it in and doing a little bit of mental math at the same time.
To
This
what?
this is a lot of people. Like a lot of people for Frostwood. Even in 2 years, this is a lot of people.
Like they repopulated very quickly.
Yeah. Like shops full, craftsmen abound, apprentices. Irist was very small. So this is
Are you saying
striking the
he-
wizard as strange.
he used to guide people? Are you saying he just took people from the world?
He stole
Brought them here?
He's Oberon's not sure, but yeah, he's noticing this and making a mental note of it.
All right.
I'm pretty sure if we told the jar, hey, heroes wear capes. Would you like to wear a cloak? We could hide him under a cloak.
Only when I have earned it.
Yo, what a Chad. God.
He know,
love him so much.
he can hear him past the fourth wall, guys.
He just
Making your
fucking-
way to the southern portion of Dawnwood and finding yourself navigating a path that breaks off from the one leading to the Heartland Manor. You would find yourself arriving at 3 large and prominent buildings here. The first thing to note, of course, are the massive, sort of crude stone slabs that are sort of sat upright and have numerous names sort of carved through them. As well, you would find a central area that is comprised of this beautiful carved marble. You would see that there are designs that have been engraved into it with this sort of elevated plinth in the center that is darkened considerably in comparison to uh, the rest of the marble that's here. And you would see as well what appear to be about 3 or 4 people who are tending to the monoliths here, and you would see them sort of very gently casting druidcraft and prestidigitation over the rocks, ensuring that no overgrowth or anything clings and hides the names. And amongst them, much shorter considerably than the rest of the half elves and elves that are currently working, a dwarven gentleman of thick gray beard and large protruding antlers emerging from his forehead, in the process of sort of grumbling as he is sort of pocketing a fistful of what appear to be like acorns or something like that. And you would see that following behind him are a small entourage of squirrels that have strange sort of streaks of color through their fur, with smaller horns or would appear to be like feathers sort of coming off of their back or under their wing or under their arms to make small wings. And a number of them sort of emitting what appear to be sort of elemental discharges like fire and electricity as they walk. And as he's walking, sort of grumbling to himself, he stops and looks at all of you, and his eyes focus immediately on Evelyn.
I'm gonna throw up.
Well, not the faces I was expecting to be seeing any time soon. Thought you were dead.
So did everyone else, apparently.
Can you blame him?
Guess not.
Good to see you.
Tal's gonna nudge his up.
He waits.
How's the harvest?
This very skeptical brow raised to look at you. I think you know the answer to that.
Plentiful?
One singular nod.
Ah. Good.
Aye. He sort of crosses his arms over his chest, giving a small tilt to his head, as if waiting for something.
Evelyn has just forgotten all reason we came here.
Blake will, while standing behind Evelyn, will, put a reassuring hand on her shoulder and just, go ahead.
Oh, he said that the harvest went well. Did you not hear him?
I heard, but that all you have to say?
He brings a hand up. Never mind. Just waves you off, turning around on his heel and going, appears to be back to one of the larger buildings that are here.
Evelyn just deflates. Her pointed ears drooping as she just pushes her palm to her face and rubs.
The dwarven druid, who you know as Dwali Treebeard, eventually departs, his entourage of squirrels following behind him into the building here. And he doesn't even so much as look back at the party when he leaves.
Damn it.
Could always go after him.
It's just the moment we got here, I completely forgot why we even came.
General information?
I guess I'm fearful. Don't want to be the reason. You're asking the wrong questions.
Won't know till you ask him.
Just do your best, and I mean, obviously, you've seen some of us dance around some topics. You've got a general idea of what to say, what not to say. Just go from there.
We are here.
Ibrahim, how about while Evelyn takes a moment to regain her composure, why don't we settle our business with them real quick?
He shrugs with his hands, sort of emerging from the group itself, revealing himself to Blake and the man. Sure.
Alright, come on then. And then Blake will start making his way towards the building that, you know, the druid and his entourage of squirrels went to.
She will steel herself and follow.
Okay. Making your way inside to this sort of beautifully formed building here, you would see, unlike the others that have portions of stone, mortar, and the like that make it up, this is purely just shaped and sculpted wood. And you would see that portions of it bear some resemblance, like as if a tree had initially been a portion of it, as there are branches and boughs that sort of reach out from the roof. And as you make your way inside, it is this warmly lit interior. Numerous sort of potted plants and other sort of vestiges of nature are present as the squirrels are just running rampant. And Dwali is sitting in a sort of creaking, rocking chair. And he would see that despite having waved you all off, there is an expectant look on his face once you all enter.
Blake will take a moment just inspecting, looking around, taking note of, you know, the building before. Well, first thing is first is me and Ibrahim have come to apologize for first not upholding the deal we made some time ago. Things came up and let's just say we got a little lost for a bit. And I apologize.
Well, you're forgiven. My issue isn't with you.
Like, well, you know, like elbow Ibrahim, just. And then he'll look at him, just. Ibrahim.
My issue isn't with the other elf either.
Their immediate relief in Ibrahim's mousy face that had been staring on.
Although, if he wanted, there are some crops that still need harvesting. To prove, of course, that he's capable of doing so. He gets a very wry grin on his face.
Oh, you see, it's been a very long set of years, and I'm not sure my back could take it. I feel like give.
You know, Ibrahim, that sounds like an excellent idea. Perhaps we should go deal with that, as penance for us failing to do it
penance.
before. And Evelyn, hopefully having regained her composure, can speak.
Takes a moment for it to click. The suggestion beneath all of
Yeah.
it. Gives a slow tilt of the head and then an indicative bob of it. Oh, right, yes, of course. Let's go find hoe. Is that what they use, farmers?
Your hands, lad.
You have no tools.
Aye, we have tools, but you use your hands.
Why will I use my hands? Look at my hands. They're fine hands. It ruined them.
He looks at your your gangly elven hands.
Oh,
Slenderman hands.
by the way, Ibrahim's hands are like they're knobbed up like carrots. They are not soft.
I don't like that.
Just point us in the right direction and we'll get started.
It'll be right outside. Some of the others will be able to direct you.
All right. Come on, Abraham. And Blake will, kind of give him just a light tug towards the exit, leaving Evelyn to deal with this.
Evelyn kind of steals herself for a moment. Thank you for allowing them to help. I might ask, who are you upset with?
He leans forward, this very serious expression that takes his face, his brows sort of darkening his eyes. You.
Oh. I apologize.
Do you even know what you're apologizing for?
Apologize because I do not know.
When we met, I was under the assumption, at least, nothing else, you were bashful. Worried about the mantle of responsibility being put on your shoulder. And then I realized perhaps you were never going to come see us, leaving us to wander, aimless as we were, especially when the light came back and the Wildfather's voice all but vanished. And here you are. Not ready to take responsibility, of course. You look like you're more afraid than anything else.
No,
So what are you here for, lass?
not afraid. It. At the time, I did not expect to have so many people who even know my name. Asked anything about me. I was worried I wouldn't be what you all wanted me to be.
He raises his brows at that. What do you think we want you to be?
Some kind of guide.
Shakes his head. How about a helping hand?
That I can do. I apologize, I did not come. It was my intention. But my choice on the matter was stripped from me. until very recently.
Pursing his lips together, he brings a hand up, sort of gripping at the beard that's there and just sort of raking his fingers through it. All right. I'll forgive you on one condition.
Name it.
There's a task I gave you and yours 2 years ago. Never found them when we went out searching on our own. They're very elusive, despite being so large.
Do you think they will still be there?
I have no idea. But if you could find them and see what condition they're in. It's the least we owe them, leaving them out there during all of this.
Again, not my intention.
I'm not
But I
blaming you.
would, of course, try to
When I
find
say
them.
we, I refer to the druids here.
I must ask, what have you done since not hearing voice anymore?
Practice more patience than I thought was possible. In truth, some took it worse than others. Galadriel, perhaps the worst of us all. I'll see if perhaps with you and yours returning, she might be awoken from her stupor. But she's not been the same since you left. As for our practices, we pray to the spirits of nature, the more primal forms. You'll find that your connection to your father is still there, albeit weak. Despite the God King's attempts, he's one of the few that remains.
This breath comes from Evelyn as if she had been holding it for a long time, and upon hearing that it just kind of
There's this look on his face, very dwarven, of the equivalent of really? Like, that's what you doubted?
she speaks. I have missed hearing his voice.
I never truly heard it. It was more feelings, suggestions, really.
Mm.
But Galadriel heard it. And when he was gone, it hurt her the worst. But I imagine if you and yours go out and find that sleuth of werebears, even if they're dead, being able to bury them is, or burn them, it's the least we can do.
At least owe my father that.
For the first time in this conversation, he gives a genuine smile. Okay. I'll inform the others that you're looking for them, or going out and looking for the werebears. That'll at least free up some of the other druids.
We have duties to attend to out in all the wilds anyway. It would be my pleasure to look for them.
Good. Last we heard, there's a big river running through the vale. They often frequent it. Might find them there.
She kind of takes a mental note by like tapping at her temple for a moment. I've noticed a rather interesting amount of fauna on our trip back. Have there been any notable changes that you've seen?
He sort of smirks. Aye. The whole land.
Well, yes. I only ask, more so because we have a task, or had one, to find a Rimmeraz. And now our task has changed, as the Rimmeraz has also changed. I'm just wondering, you perhaps have had the chance to catalog any other notable changes?
Aye. He gestures with his hand, and as he does, you would watch as his lips purse, and then from the corner of his mouth, he makes this very low whistle sound. And as he does, 3 of the squirrels, their heads perk up and rush over towards him. And you see that these are the ones that have the sort of elemental infusion within them. And they sort of pats the top of their heads when referencing them, sort of down the line. You'll find that some creatures have had their soul changed. These aren't just normal squirrels. Within them is a spark of light, very similar to what you'd find in something like a unicorn.
Evelyn's eyes grow wide. She just like looks at one of them.
They are all sort of like fidgeting for a moment, just sort of flicking their attention left and right. And as you look at them, all 3 heads simultaneously like settle on you.
Hello.
Their heads cant curiously as Dwali continues speaking. There are a number of creatures like these who've had something alter their soul. Some part of them is still the beast they were, but there's something else. Something more to them, usually. For these ones, these little folk, they have something more attuned to them than others. This one here has fire in its claws and its bite. Lightning in this one. And this one is perhaps the most infused with that light. And you would watch as he pats the sort of top of the other squirrel's head, and its head sort of cants from side to side. You would watch as its eyes glow, its teeth glow, as this one begins to sort of radiate light.
Wow.
Your Rimmerouse is no different, affected by the change of the landscape and what it's been eaten. It's probably changed its whole makeup, so to speak. You find a lot of things here just that way. There are still normal beasties wandering around, but the number of them compared to these, few and far between.
And what of your wild shapes? Have you been able to conjure such a shape? She points to the, fire squirrel.
Not yet, no. But with you here, I feel like we might be able to figure out something.
In that moment... Hold on. Because I've seen it, would I be able to turn into that little fire squirrel?
This...
Can I turn into it?
This specific ability to be able to start turning into these elementally infused creatures is a quest you're already undertaking. So not in this moment, but if you
Got the
help
World of
Dwali,
Warcraft ding. You're already on that quest.
if you help Dwali find the werebears, perhaps you might be able to unlock the abilities of a more advanced wild shape.
Hmm. I see.
However, you can turn into a squirrel, just not a fire squirrel.
Have... Has there been any sightings? Of the bears?
It's mostly loose rumors of those traveling through the Vale. But like I said, there's that big river that sort of runs through it.
Mhm.
Follow that and you might find them. I hear they do a lot of trapping there, hunting the fish.
Right. And this divine Rimaraz, have any of your druids come across it?
Sadly, none that have come back. It's a fearsome thing, full of rage and hatred. I imagine we owe some part of that to you and yours.
Apologies. I've so much to apologize for. But
Tristan, is that your alarm?
it is. My man can't even hear it when he's awake.
Tristan? Oh, he's in the bathroom.
Bruh.
There we go.
Yeah, pardon me.
Dwale sort of shakes his head. I heard it was necessary. I'm not blaming you for that one. Just this one appears to be holding a grudge.
As it should. We
Zeph kind of grimaces a little bit.
did not respond with the most kind advance. The beast itself definitely would be angry.
He gives you a very thoughtful look for a moment. Sort of taking in your expression. Is it is it remorse that she's showing, or
Yes. It's regret and remorse, but it's yeah, it's that.
okay? He sort of nods, taking in your expression. All
I
right.
fear that the one that we're looking for is not actually the same that we fought necessarily, but its child that we left. It disappeared from the fight. I fear that either its rage from having its mother slain has turned it this way.
I'll see if I can confer with the others. Tell them what your intentions are. And they'll send word to any druids around that area. Or any of the ones in the Vale still. And if they have any sightings, I'll tell them before you leave. And if not, you won't hear a peep from me.
I don't suppose you have any notions on how to deal with this divine Remoraz.
He gives you a very incredulous look. If I knew how to deal with it, it wouldn't be around.
What kind of, I suppose, elements have been cited that it seems to have conferred with?
Well, you'll, unlike usual, which the Remoraz are often creatures of cold and fire, this one you'll be fighting it, and it'll probably be spewing more light infused.
And do you happen to know what is the best protection against that?
If you have any means of protecting against more light type energies, such as things that unicorns and other creatures of that make often employ, I imagine some of the people in town might be able to help you. You have the coin.
Unfortunately, we don't.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you need from me?
There's one thing I'd like to inquire about.
Hmm.
There was an herb that used to grow here. Milkweed. Is it still present?
No. A number of herbs and vegetation all but went away when the God King was so kind as to reintroduce what land used to be like. So, whatever vegetation had been growing in the time since Anor'lur was gone, it's all but gone. Considered an invasive species, so to speak.
problematic.
Perhaps there's something similar.
Aye, probably. There's still the whole host of Anor'lur to explore.
Hmm.
Sure, you'll find something.
Well, thank you for that sobering revelation. We'll endeavor to report back if we find anything of the like.
Aye, I know you will.
Beyond finding these druids, is there anything else we can do to help rouse her?
I'll be honest. I trusted you with this before, and bad things happen to you. So let's leave it at one for now. And if you can do that, and come back in one piece and not vanish again, even if it was against your choice, then we'll see about you helping out with the rest.
There's a half-lidded expression that comes to Evelyn. She just softly speaks. Right. We will find them.
I suppose you know the last place they went.
You're talking about the werebears?
Yeah.
I told you, along the river.
Mhm.
Last place they were reported seeing, you'll probably have to search around for them. Should be... He thinks for a moment. From here... About a week's journey to the river.
Only a week.
You expect it to be more?
Hoping for less.
Afraid not. Land's big now. You have plenty to explore.
We'll do our best.
Aye, I know you will. And I look forward to seeing you come back with that whole host of werebears. Hopefully, they're not, adult. Or horrifically transformed in any way. Werebear status notwithstanding.
Evelyn's eyes are just like, what the fuck?
Okay. Anything else? I do have work I need to be doing. As much as I do enjoy being able to lay it under the guise of offering wisdom and experiences to younger folk, eventually they will catch on and I will be yelled at.
Zeph raises a hand, kind of halfway. You had mentioned that her, and she would motion to Evelyn, her father still could be heard. Even though it's weak, what if the others? Do you think that they're...
As you're talking, there's almost this knowing of what you're going to ask, and before you even finish, he's shaking his head.
I'm afraid if you're looking for the blessings or the presence of others, they're not here.
But what about a way of trying to hear them?
Aye, you could try. If you were to find, I don't know, somewhere more potent with things more associated with certain deities,
Like
you
a
might
shrine.
find it an easier time. It's a lot of work. It's not just something you build and talk to. You'll need to actually put in the effort.
Wouldn't that be dangerous?
Aye, incredibly so. You'll attract all manner of attention.
It's something to think about. Thank you.
Either way, I think we have to collect the other two. And let them know about our course of action.
Make sure you do. All right, off with you.
Evelyn would be the last to leave. Just waiting for everyone else to exit.
Tanos will take outside, I guess.
Yep, he's leaving.
That would follow.
Evelyn would turn to him with a very, her hands clasped together. Her nose is red. Thank you. I very much miss hearing from my father, and to know that he is at least still here in some form brings me a great peace. I owe you a lot for that.
Well, if you make it back, and Aladriel wakes up, we can start working on actually getting you to speak to your father.
It being 2 years, I would greatly like that.
So would I. He
She
sort of
would
works
nod.
his jaw for a moment. All right. Enough of all that. Get up.
Thank you. She will turn to leave and follow her companion. Stepping outside, does he follow them or does he stay inside?
He stays inside.
Stepping outside, she returns to them and is just like, I hope I asked enough for us to go off of.
You did.
We have a lot to go off of, actually. Yes, I think it changed our priorities somewhat, but it was informative.
As far as this protection from the light, what? She'd kind of hold up both of her hands,
Magic, spells, gear.
I imagine it would be the same. Of Ibrahim's old swords. Same light that came from them.
That makes sense.
Exactly. Personally, I think we should search for this sleuth of werebears. They might have more to tell us about the land itself, and perhaps some of them have at least survived the werebears. But that is just my opinion.
Very good one, though.
Well, seeing as the last time we went off of rumors and hearsay, it didn't end very well.
Yeah,
figure.
well, that's all we have to go off of right now.
I figure that little extra caution might serve us well. Either way, I think we should find our erstwhile farmhands. Where did they go?
They're working, obviously. Putting in a hard day's work for a hard day pay.
Okay, buddy. Calm down.
Try
Fun.
hard.
Evelyn would look around for the evidence of the farming.
Where'd your gamers go?
I mean, we went where the alleged NPC said they would show us to go.
And you guys are at the farms.
Yeah.
Your other two party members can be found over here, toiling in the fields.
Where?
Oh, all the way to the left. Okay.
They're toiling in the fields.
Not even a walkway there. Y'all had to go through the forest.
Yeah, right?
That's incredible.
They're toiling away. Blake doing it with, like, utmost, like, you know, this is his job, he's got to do it. He's not bemoaning it. He's just like, this is my job, this is my responsibility, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it right.
Some physical labor to take the mind off things.
Yes.
I like to think that Ibrahim has taken a more, yeah, that's exactly how you do it. Mm-hmm.
Supervisor role.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, the moment they stepped out and they went to do it, he just followed along with a certain absent-mindedness. And if Blake got to work, he never would have, like, joined up. Just sort of stood there,
no.
watching the passing of the weather or something like that.
Oh man, Blake would, like, definitely. He'd be, like, for a while just not paying attention to Ibrahim, more just lost in his own thoughts, and then eventually he'd be like, Ibrahim, you're supposed to be helping.
Oh, wait. His face sort of twitches as he turns to look to Blake. You really meant to work here?
Yes, Ibrahim, we made a promise.
Why is it that every time you mean to tell me something, you say my name in a kind of condescending manner?
No, I don't mean to. It's just, you know, we said we'd do it. Unless you didn't really mean it.
No. You said you'd do it.
You too.
I didn't say anything. If anything, I complained.
Well, don't make a promise if you know you can't keep it, then. Ibrahim.
That was not a promise, Blake.
Then go.
Oh, so now you want me to leave you alone here in this dirt pile?
Blake will stop. I'm just looking for a second. I want you to do whatever your heart desires.
Standing right here with you, watching you work.
Alright. That's what you want to do.
You should consider it. Putting aside the cape. Stop bothering with all this fighting nonsense. And taking up a plow instead. You got the hail bearing of a farmer at least.
Well, I know the basics, but I feel like I'm better off keeping the sword and board, if you know what I mean. Besides, I was never good in the supervisor role anyway.
I suppose you're too young still to be discovering that, like most persons of quality, fighting is something you wish to do as little as possible.
Well, either that or, maybe I just fight because there's some people who can't, and
Oh,
sometimes you gotta do it for them.
of course, the children and the old. I get it. I get it. What about feeding the children and the old? Who pays praise to the farmer? People sort of expect the harvest to come about. No one thinks of the poor soul that broke his back, giving way to it.
That's true. We usually have a thankless job, but I know not about where you're from, but at least we make an attempt to show our appreciation.
Of course. The excelled virtues of Rofield. I wonder what makes them so different. Everywhere I've seen men rule, it is always some kind of discord that shapes their actions.
I guess maybe Rofield just doesn't live by the might makes right. Maybe they're just tired of it.
Might makes right. I've heard that before. The weak should fear the strong. That is from Tyrios, isn't it?
For the most part, yeah. So not everyone prescribes to that idea. The wrong people do.
That is not your idea. At least not in Rofield. Then which one is it?
What? The ideals for Rofield?
Or by what morals does your county lead?
Well, originally, we followed the morals of the Platinum Dragon himself. Without him, there would be no Rofield, there would be no House Steel. But I suppose over time, it went from the morals of the Platinum Dragon to just being a good person for the sake of being a good person.
Ibrahim sort of wafts his hand around, kind of dismissively, but not entirely. Don't they all say the same? Do they not all trace their roots back to him? To this notion that they all follow what the Platinum Dragon Lord wishes?
Some, but I suppose it's not necessarily about looking about the past, but looking towards the future and what you can provide for it to make it better for everyone. Isn't that what you want?
Oh, I'm not quite sure I'm prepared to put in words what it is that I want, but It is a comfort to imagine that your father labors through his rule to make it better for all, and not just the strong. I wonder, is he as stolid as you? Is he so stalwart in his beliefs as you?
He's very principled, and he definitely believes what he espouses. So, I'd say he's a better leader than I am.
Why?
Well, suppose I don't know. Honestly, just he has this presence to him, this aura of likability, and despite what his contemporaries might say from other regions, he just knows how to speak to people, really connect with how they feel, and prove that he can help in any way he can.
Very sympathetic man. Suppose the apple never did fall far from the tree, huh?
Well, he is a black man.
What?
Oh, sorry. In Rowfield, a Leonin born with a black mane, it's said that they're bound for greatness, that they're a hero. My father was born with one. That's why he's known as Black Mane. And it's kind of sort of a hope that people cling on to. He is a great man. He is a hero.
Ibrahim's eyes narrow a bit. A vertical wrinkle sort of wedging itself between his eyebrows, and his lips purse slightly. Are you telling me that he was fated to rule because of how he looked?
Blake will just take that statement in for a second, and then he just shrugs at the notion. Personally, I think he rules because, well, the reason he rules is because that's what his father dictated. He was a black man, but I do believe that he rules and continues to rule. He took fate into his own hands, at least the best he could. Not bound by tradition.
That's right. Something about your uncle.
Yeah. It's complicated. But the long story short is, my father he was the second born. And technically he wasn't supposed to be the High Lord, but tradition and the mythologies of Rowfield sometimes conflict with each other. And my grandpa decided he wanted a hero to lead Rowfield.
Was your uncle not hero enough?
Ibrahim, why don't we just get back to work?
You
As
can work all you like. Oh, sorry.
It's actually perfect. As he says that, it's the rest of the party who arrives on the outskirts of the farm.
Yeah, everyone's just like, as they get closer. Quite the contrary. I think roasted nuts are better if they're roasted over it. Oh. Ibrahim? Blake? She was having a conversation with Zafina as they walked.
As Evelyn goes, like, calls out their names, Zeph's like opened her mouth to respond, but then like her eyes kind of look over to see where Evelyn is looking at.
continue this conversation later.
Oh, look, we have working hard and hardly working.
We will.
Oh. Come on, Abraham. We can carry on this conversation another time. And then Blake will look towards the others.
Well, I mean, if you two are going to finish up here, I guess we can, head back into town. Something.
Oh.
Yes, we got a little bit more information. Might change what we're doing.
Oh. All right. Blake will, wipe the sweat from his brow as he makes his way over. Well,
Oh, wait, Blake, don't stand up. There's a lot of work yet to do. You're not done.
oh. And Blake will look at the field. Well, I did my portion. I believe it's your turn to do your portion.
No, I never signed
One
up
of
for
the
this.
one of the druids who's walking past sort of gives a nod at Blake and then sort of pushes a like trowel against Ibrahim's chest. Come along.
Come along.
We'll be back, Ibrahim.
As the plow's thrown into his lap, Ibrahim stares brazenly at the man's back. I'm not going off with you. I'm not farming. I'm not a farmer.
Dwally said otherwise. Come on.
Dwally can grab this plow and stick it up where the light does not shine.
Not only does the druid's head turn, but other workers in the field, they all look.
As they all turn, Ibrahim takes the plow and dashes it to the ground in front of him. I tilled my last field a long time ago, friend.
Evelyn would step forward and pick it up.
Go.
I'll catch you back at the lodge. Unless you're all going somewhere else.
Figured we were going to discuss what you all learned.
Well, Zeph would kind of step forward. Evelyn and I can stay behind, and I'm sure the rest of you can inform them.
It's quite all right. Please. Go. You're staying at the Hunter's Mead Hall?
Correct.
Understood.
I would like
This
to
has
take
been-
up his work. He's not going to do it.
I won't. Even though he's answered Evelyn, his vision is narrowed down to a pinprick on the man himself.
It's quite all right. There are enough hands around that we can do the work. Please. Be on your way.
Come on. Let's get out of here before they have us picking apples.
Evelyn's face sours as she looks at Ibrahim.
Blake is just like standing behind Ibrahim, just rolling his eyes at him.
She would hand the hoe, like, gently to the field worker.
They give a small nod. And as they take it, you would watch as they walk away. Stopping near one of the other druids and sort of turning their head to speak to them, glancing back over their shoulder. And as one of them nods, the other one turns into a bird, begins making their way away.
Oh, look what you've done. Nothing to say? She looks at Ibrahim.
He's got this steely-eyed look into the distance. Sort of, he's been avoiding looking at the field in general. When he looks back to her, there's this spark that flashes in his eyes. What? I said no. Is that not enough? Not enough for you people?
What's wrong with you?
No.
What's wrong with me? What? Should I be compelled to work someone's field just because they ask? Why?
Never mind.
If you're so fond of it, go do it yourself. You've
I
been avoiding
tried.
this place ever since it was mentioned to us. And now you're angry at me because I don't want to work here?
Angry at you because you don't want to work. You were rude.
Ibrahim's face hardens in this small moment of concentration, and he squints up at the sun. Rude! Isn't it rude that they were trying to force me to do it even though I said no more than once? What about how I feel?
You could have left, but you decided to stick around.
Because you're here, Blake. Because you're here and I don't want to leave you.
That's fine. I can respect that, but you could have left any time you want. No one was forcing you to stay here.
You're right. Next time, I'll just leave. My apologies.
By all
You're
means.
getting defensive and merely saying that the rudeness wasn't needed. Didn't have to throw their tools down.
You threw it at me, I threw it back.
I'm going to the Hunter's Meat Hall. Try not to be so disappointing in the future. Good.
Disappointing? You really?
Mhm. Pretty sad.
All right,
when I have to
Hatman.
It's pretty sad when I have to say it to you.
I just want to right the wrongs. Okay? That's so much to ask for without causing more. She just, kind of starts walking away.
Right wrongs. Sure, Evelyn. We're all walking away. I think we're all walking away.
Yeah, I
Zeph-
figured we
We're
were all heading to the road and then.
Yeah,
Having that
Zev's-
awkward walk home.
Yeah, Zep's kind of
Yeah.
like lagging behind everybody, just kind of rubbing her temples.
Yeah, Oberon is probably latched onto Zeph for support.
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything else as you guys travel back?
Question: does the custodian have any comments on the whole situation?
He does not. He is not that familiar with like manual labor and the like. So
Great. Now, when we ask him to do something, he's gonna be like, "No, I don't want it."
okay,
Oh.
if you guys are heading back, go ahead and move the token.
Nyum.
The token flies across the path.
Once again, demolishing city blocks.
Indeed. As you guys make it back and arriving at the Mead Hall, is there anything else you guys would like to do for tonight or to the rest of the day? I don't believe you guys will be heading out. this
Um,
late.
Yeah,
Quick
I have some too.
question.
What's up?
Our rooms, are they like all in the same hall?
No.
Hmm.
Yeah, they're split up.
Oh, they are split. Fuck. Fuck. That poses an issue. Yeah, that's a problem. Okay.
Anything else?
Well, there is something I'm going to do before I go to bed, but yeah.
Well, I believe I had a meeting with a cat boy.
Catboy.
I thought it was the next day. Wasn't it tomorrow?
Oh,
Yeah, I think it was that night, I think.
Catboy.
Evelyn is going to go off and meet with Adrian.
wants to learn. She would probably eventually come back to the meat hall after meeting with them.
We'll put a pin in that one for right now. I'm going to go down the line because it's very quiet and get just sort of final checks of what the party is doing before we sort of hop into some scenes or sort of elaborate on some final touches for the night. So, adjudicator.
After settling, I think Blake will actually, with some thoughts on his mind about what Waylon said, he would want to go speak with Farron, or at least try to talk to him about some details of when they were ambushed.
That door does not open for you.
Doesn't
Nope.
not?
It does
He's
not.
even. What if Blake?
This is
what
the
if-
same day that y'all talked to him.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, he does not want to talk to you. You are only met with "go away." That's it.
All right. For now, Blake will. He'll back off for now.
You gotta give people time to settle.
No, that's stupid.
Anything else,
Answer.
adjudicator?
Not really. Blake will. He's gonna close himself off into his room for now, unless anyone comes to him for something.
Oberon?
Well, with his questions for Anorim deferred to another day. Gonna do that. We'll probably wait for the pain to come in. And then once acquiring that, probably go for a brief walk, in part to kind of get his bearings with the item, but also do a bit more inconspicuous people watching and kind of just investigating the area, investigating some changes, as well as what he's kind of looking for is this is also very perfect. Everyone seems rather happy and whole. He's kind of trying to gently peer and see where some of the cracks might be. There seems to be any people that have fallen by the wayside.
The most, perhaps horrifying or not, as you are gifted your new, very sturdy metal cane, sort of as well wrapped with this softer leather to ensure that for longer travels you don't cut up or sort of ruin the inside of your palm as you're walking around. The most horrifying part is that there don't appear to be any cracks or any seams. There are a lot of very happy, very loving families that are here, people that are enjoying life. The laborers, the craftsmen, the just the shop owners and the like are all returning home to their families, enjoying these dinners together. That otherwise, compared to the when Frostwood, when you had got here and people were alone, their homes are decrepit and falling apart, and families had been abandoned. Here, families are made whole. You try to find those cracks in the world that doesn't show you any.
Now, one thing that I'd also like to note, or make note, is if anyone is looking at me strangely in return, not just kind of the, like, oh, you're a stranger, but more blatantly, everyone seems hale and whole, and Oberon is decidedly not. I'm wondering if that either distresses or otherwise makes people suspicious.
There is, so I will say it's not idyllic. Like there are 90-year-old people that are doing backflips and shit, right? Like
Oh, yeah.
there are still old people that are infirmed. They have to walk with like canes or crutches or wheelchairs, for example. So you're not so much like you're this radiating beacon of difference. What gives you odd looks is your attire, the clothes that you wear. You would notice that a lot of the garb and equipment that people wear here is very bright, very sort of soft blues and golds that people wear. And your clothes, admittedly, are very harsh in contrast. It's not so much like, oh, this guy looks fucking strange. It's more so like, that's a choice. That's a choice that you're doing right now.
Okay, understood. I just didn't know if someone being kind of visibly sick was kind of like a repugnant to them.
Not here. Perhaps in other places. But here, there are enough people who are sick or infirmed that they're not going to stop and gawk. They're more interested in things like the custodian. They're more interested in like the fantastical, right? But obviously, the Lord Protector, right? The individual in charge of like the guardsmen and everything like that is bound in a wheelchair. So unless you're over there exposing your horrific necrotic wound on your chest,
No.
walking around with a cane is no issue.
All right, I'm just
Am I
trying
not
to
weird
find
enough for
something
you?
about this. Hey,
Just pulls
hey.
off his shirt in public.
Hey.
One more time.
I'm just trying to find out whatever information I can, whatever's trying to find a reason to not like this.
Spoiler alert. A lot of people like this.
Yeah.
There's like, compared to before, where you would remember how homes, like the people in the homes were living in like one room that didn't have holes in the roof or ceiling. And
Yeah, I guess what I'm supposedly asking is, like, it has the Stepford exterior, but I was trying to look underneath.
Here, there doesn't appear to be anything untoward.
Okay, that's what I was trying to do. All right.
Or at least this wandering around doesn't reveal anything. Perhaps more in depth, maybe?
Well, I'm not going to do that without my companions.
What do you mean? Just a little solo adventure. Come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, what's the worst?
Also, I made you a new character sheet, just in case.
What? But yeah, and then afterwards, heading back to my room, I would cast Private Sanctum over my room.
Okay.
I couldn't get everyone else's because we're not all clustered together.
The rooms are also fairly large.
Doesn't matter.
Despite them being split apart, Farron was, or at least the barkeep was kind enough, being Farron's friend, to give you some of the more luxurious rooms.
Well, I mean, yeah. This would be cast as a ritual. But yeah, I mean, it would have 100 by 100 feet would carry a lot of space, but he's just going to encapsulate his room then.
Sounds good.
I turned mine into a druid grove. I'm just kidding.
It does not do that.
You are
No,
kicked out.
Mine does. What do you
For
mean?
once again destroying the Hunter's Meat Hall twice.
It's been 2 years. Get over it.
Oh god.
All right. With Oberon settling down and casting his insurance, we'll put a pause on Evelyn real quick. Ibrahim.
Hi. Everybody's sort of sidling up to sleep, huh?
Indeed, settling down for, while not the evening in appearance, evening in time.
Indeed. Oh, yeah, we're gonna sneak out to Ellen's. Yeah. I believe so.
Okay. Just hanging out?
Just hanging. I mean, he told her that he'd want to know more about, like, the local topographical map and anything around them, and he'd like to review her notes, so it's more than just hanging out, right?
Okay. Why don't you roll me... Why don't you roll me a persuasion check?
Absolutely. Oh no.
Jesus. What the fuck? You rolled a 4? Got a 17?
He's very persuasive.
Welcome to high level D&D. Nothing makes sense. She'd be willing to give up some points of interest on your map, sort of revealing some locations.
Anything in specific?
There is a rumor or sort of potential sightings, though nobody has been able to go into it, of a small resting place somewhere in the Sunrise Vale that potentially houses an important item.
What about anything that she could have missed? Something that Ibrahim could have seen by fact-finding and inquiry and looking at her map and examining his own.
What are you trying to find?
Just anything highlighted at all? Or something that she's particularly trying to hide?
Ooh, what languages do you speak?
Oh, not many, I'm afraid. Thieves' Cant, Common, and Elvish.
Ooh, there are notes, but you cannot read them.
Frick.
And you would note that there are many languages written across this, very, very many different sort of little notes or things in the ledger and the edges there that you're not able to read. Despite being a half elf, a lot of the words written here are not in Elvish. Though amused still by your return and your interest in this, she would give up that point of interest as well. You would see that there are, at least not on your version, but there are a number of smaller markers on her map that are sort of denoted by broken or cragged buildings. And if you were to ask, she would let you sort of transpose them from hers onto yours, so that way you can highlight where the ruins are.
Oh.
So when you
So
guys
they're
go into
ruins.
your hex scroll, any ruins that Ellen have found, you guys will have on your map.
Nice.
Score.
Yeah, Ibrahim will pick him out. He'll make for pleasant conversation. Do all that small talk nonsense. And then go to sleep.
All right. Just a moment. Adjusting this. Okay. Talos.
Nothing particularly on his mind, so he'll probably just be in his room. Easy peasy.
Okay. Nothing you want to go do or see?
Nope. No, that's it.
Okay. Safina?
Well, the thing that she wanted to do was to catch Ibrahim to have a conversation with her.
You would, if you waited up, you would be able to catch him when he eventually makes his way back to the Hunter's Meat Hall.
Sneak. He's way back.
Sneak is right. Never mind.
But he's a.
Sitting outside of his door, like.
Yes, he would become readily apparent once he steps into the hallway and makes for his door.
When he did prose, she would stand and just kind of lean against the door frame, arms crossed over her chest. Where were you?
Hooded as he is, looking down, darkness gathered in his eyes. I was at Ellen's. And he sort of appends the map in his hand. It's folded, so he peels it open and shows her the many annotations there. Although they don't show much due to the low light of the hallway. Getting these.
I squinted, but also brows raised in surprise. That'll certainly be useful.
I should hope so. I believe I owe Evelyn an apology, and I figured if I could come here with a gift, maybe that resignation she looks at me with will fade a bit.
That's kind of what I wanted to talk to you about. She'd kind of motion to his room's door.
Okay. He sort of awkwardly takes like this circumventing step around her to reach for the handle and open it up. And rather than step inside, he lets the door slide out of his hand and with it, motions her in.
She'd roll her eyes and step in.
Follows suit, closing it behind him. You're not here to ask me to apologize, are you?
No, I'm not here to ask you to apologize. I'm here to ask why you had such a reaction.
Reaction?
You had a very harsh reaction to being asked to work in the fields.
When she reiterates, Ibrahim grimaces, baring his teeth, looking like a vulgar representation of a smile.
She'd kind of point at him. That's what I want to talk about.
Look, it's very simple. Back in the used to be, I'd had no choice when it came to tilling a field. Now I do other things.
Ibrahim, for the future, that's all you need to say.
Why should I? What do they care? Why must they know? Can't that shameful past remain so?
All you would have to say is that there are reasons why you feel like you cannot. or that you would not like to. Rather than just coming off as as an asshole. Because to other people who might not know your past, who might not know you, and she would reach out and kind of like poke his chest, they won't know to dig deeper or to think that there might be some other reason.
When she pokes his chest, his whole body slouches around it like she's digging into him. Why should I care what they think of me? Is a no not good enough? Because I always Go ahead.
Not when we're heroes. Not when we're looked at with such high grace to the people that still look to us for answers and to solve any problems. They don't see as us having internal problems in our past. They see us as hope. And while we know what we've had in the past, they don't. They don't need to know the details. But just a little bit of an understanding and explanation can go a long way.
He presses a hand to his face, pulling at it strangely. Do you really believe they think we're heroes?
Some of them, yes. We're still given jobs to do, and when they could send any other people out, but they still look to us.
When we came here first, we chose glory and success. The box did not contain what was written on the lid. We failed them. And strangely enough, looking around, by failing them, we seem to make things better. I don't even know how to feel. Strangely enough, those that see us as heroes are only but rebels in this land. They're the contrarians, the ones that stand out, that won't adjust. Are we heroes? Is that what the books will say? Is that how they'll remember us? Hardly.
She shrugs her shoulders. I'm no scribe. I don't know.
Don't have to be to know. I am sure that any kind of rhetoric about us will be written by their God King. And what do you think he'll write about? Was there not a procession after our supposed death or our capture?
According to some, yes.
The only thing we're heroes for is failing heroically. That is it. Does not make us heroes.
And instead of setting out to be heroes, maybe we can look at it in a more simpler manner.
Such as?
Do the best we can. And do what good we can.
Look, I realize I went a little bit hard back then.
She kind of hold up a hand, like her index finger and thumb kind of real close together.
But Like as I said, I already planned to apologize. I know when I'm being a nuisance. I'm not blind to that. But I had my reasons. People ought to respect that. Especially when it is so obvious.
And as I said, some people are aware of that. She kind of motions to herself. But some people aren't. And that's just as you said. That's all you could have said. I have my reasons. I can't. And people would respect that.
But that's it? You came here to scold me?
I didn't come to scold you. Came to see if there was anything more to it.
Oh, you came for answers.
Yes, I did.
After scolding. So your scolding comes in many steps then.
She would lean in a little bit, kind of a cheeky smile. It got to you though, didn't it?
Suppose you did. Keep it to yourself, if you could.
I will.
As the sort of silence builds up, Ibrahim's eyes sort of look to the sides, to left and right. That is it, right?
That's it. Have a good rest.
Not quite believing her, he takes a tentative step to the side, letting the way to the door free. You as well.
He'd then walk around him and walk out the door.
He seems to glue himself to the wall as she walks by.
Okay. Eventually, parting ways. And sort of making your way back to your own room. Let's go ahead. Let's take a 15-minute break. Actually,
Hey.
Actually,
you know what? Fuck it. Let's meet at quarter till.
5. Take it or leave it.
So 20 minutes.
3.
Alright, chat, go stand up, grab some lunch, get some water, and if people are here and you ask questions, they will answer them. Highlight your messages. I'm going to pee. I'll be back.
I'm gonna go get some leftovers.
I will also be back.
Well then. So how is chat? Good. I'm doing good. Nice to meet you too, Tricky. No, we do not have a session today. This is the off weekend. Next weekend, though. It's gonna be fun. My players had a nice little whiplash in the game. Went from super dark and serious story to being thrown into the Witchlight Carnival, and now they're pulled back out of it. An Eldritch Horror. Well, they are currently in the Shadowfell, so maybe.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What's popping? What's happening?
Yes, that was me who asked how chat was doing. That's good. Well, I'm just talking
Oh.
to chat. Trying to fill that void of silence.
No, it has to remain silent.
No.
There can be
I
no noise.
I don't like silence. Ugh. My Thanksgiving was good. It was quiet. Just me and my parents, and they stayed till early evening, and then I played Pokemon the rest of the evening.
Mine, I didn't do Thanksgiving, because my parents were out of town.
Oh.
So what me and my sister did instead was we went into the kitchen, we baked a lot of food, and then we just ate it. So I guess it technically was Thanksgiving, but it wasn't Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, you still had some sort of feasting.
Oh nah, fam. Like we baked all this food, didn't eat it, and they were like, "We're gonna eat it tomorrow. We're too tired for this."
That's a mood.
Yeah, but man, we got to make Buckeyes, and I was so happy for that. Oh, I love Buckeyes. I love Buckeyes. And then I played Pokemon, like everyone else did.
Hey.
Pokemon.
Pokemon. And which one did you get?
I got Scarlet.
That's the one I got.
Yeah, and I started with Coco.
Oh, that's what I started with. A little derpy croc. I love him so much.
I love him so much.
In my FC Discord, I always get pinged in the derpy croc little memes and stuff, and it's just so great. I love him.
I really like all the starters for this gen. I think they're all great.
Oh yeah, like I I was really debating between Fuecoco and Sprigagito, and then whenever you first start out, and I won't say too much except for spoilers and stuff, but like you get to when you pick them and stuff, and you kind of get to see how they react and all that. And he just walks off to the side and just starts looking at stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm taking him.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
just
he's a
so
goober.
He is. He's just so oblivious to everything, and I
goober.
love him.
Yeah. I do like Quaxley just because of the hair.
The freaking Pompadour.
He's like, oh yes, my hair.
I have only seen the final evolution for the duck. I haven't seen Sprigagito's, nor have I seen Fuecoco's. I've been trying to avoid at least Fuecoco's until I can get him up there.
Well, hey, I mean, personally, in my opinion, I think they're good. But I guess that just comes with the personal taste. But I like them. I think they're good. I love Fuecoco's.
Yeah.
Is my favorite.
I love him so much. I'll have to send you some of the memes people have been pinging me in. They're so good.
Oh yeah, I love the Pokemon memes.
To the party, do you think your new future is in farming?
Yes. Congratulations. This is not the dawn of Anor'lur. This is the dawn of farming. It's gonna be like Harvest Moon.
I say Harvest Moon.
It's gonna be great.
Anor'lur Valley. Yes. I love it.
I love it.
I'll have to send you my Switch code.
Do it.
So we can be friends.
Do
Dude,
it.
have you played the multiplayer on it?
Yeah. It's
It's
actually really good.
It is
It's a lot better than I thought.
good. It is so cool to just get into the same world and you can go off and do whatever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought it was gonna be very gimmicky, like, oh, you're doing multiplayer on the raids, and then I did it with my friends, and we were just like, yep, all right, go do whatever you want now, and like for about 8 hours, we're just like talking, watching Pokemon movies, and like playing the game, and I'm just like, hey, I went this way and I found this. Hey, I went this way and I found this.
Yeah, it's great. And like you're not locked to doing stuff together. Like you can go, one person can be fighting a gym leader while the other one's just out catching Pokemon and you're just doing separate. It's so cool and I love it.
It's awesome. I will say though, while we were playing, like I said, we were watching Pokemon movies. Man, some of those movies are like cringe-tastic. I watched the Pokemon the first movie. Man, that was definitely a movie that, like, if I was a kid still, I'd cry.
Was that your first time watching it?
No. I've watched it before.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like,
It's
my
just-
child.
It was my first time watching in like a long time.
Okay.
And man, that movie was like, oh my god.
It's hard.
It's hard, but I like it because like
Yeah.
they're like going over to the thing. They're like I can't believe they still have Vikings. They still have seeds, and Ash is like, yeah, but they tend to live in Minnesota. And I'm just like, oh god, that hurt. Oh. Also, the soundtrack slaps, even though it's like absolute cringe.
Right?
Oh god, I don't care what anyone says.
Vacation is like very near and dear to my heart. I hear that and I'm just like, oh. We watched. It was the Monday after Pokemon released. No, it was the week of Pokemon releasing. We watched Detective Pikachu. And can I say, my inner child, like, I cried because it was just like a world that I wanted as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just everything I wanted it to be.
I never saw that one.
It's good. Like, it is surprisingly good. It is fun to watch.
Oh.
What's your favorite gen of Pokemon?
Gen 3.
Sorry, I gotta go Gen 1.
Nah, Gen 1er.
I mean, sorry. Like,
Gen 1er.
yeah.
But no, Gen 3 because that's actually the one like I started with that I actually knew what I was doing because I played the others, but I was
right.
too young to understand it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then Gen 3 was like, I understand the concept of this now and I love it.
Yeah, I got into Pokemon when it first came around, so yeah, that's why I'm a Gen 1er.
I will say though, like strictly just because of location, Gen 7 is like my second favorite. That's the Sun and Moon. And I just love the setting. I like the tropical setting a lot. Also, that introduced one of my favorite things they've done in a long time is the regional variations. And I think that's like the best thing ever because they've come out with some of the best regional variations of Pokemon I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I love them so much.
Do you guys cry every time you see? Yes.
Ooh. Now see, it's not necessarily the Pikachu slap fight that makes me cry. It's when Ash gets turned into stone, and then
Oh no!
that
No!
or like when all the Pokemon are fighting with the clone Pokemon, and that song plays. And it's so on the nose. I hate it, but I love it. It's called it's Brother, My Brother, and that's the whole fucking song. It's so fucking. Oh my god.
No!
Actually, the Pokemon movie that actually made me cry the most was the one with Celebi. Because like you just see Celebi fucking die in that one. Celebi just fucking dies. And I'm like, yo, my child brain can't comprehend this. This makes me so sad.
Yes, Backstabber, red.
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 I believe I had blue when I was a wee lad. Color supremacy. If I had a choice of picking the games when I was younger, I probably would have picked red. I like Charizard.
I actually have my Game Boy games here. Let's see.
Oh man, mine are lost. I have no idea where the hell they are.
I've got in my possession. I have red, I have yellow, I have emerald, I have gold, sapphire, the TCG.
Oh, I love the TCG.
Oh, I played the crap out of the TCG.
At first, I just collected the cards, but then I'm like, all right, I actually have a pretty decent set of cards here. Let's see if I can play the TCG. Yeah, I did. I played it for a bit.
But those are the only ones I still have. I know I had more, but man, over the years I've lost them.
No, that's fair. I had I had blue. I had, I believe, heart gold, and then I had sapphire, and then I got diamond. I skipped Gen 5, and then I actually just recently got X and Y. And then I did Sun, and then I had Shield. Yes, I did skip Unova, because at the time I just wasn't into Pokemon at the time. I went through my phase of just like, I want to play cool, violent video games. Pokemon's stupid. And then I looked back around, I'm like, nah, Pokemon's awesome.
Yeah, that was me too. I skipped a few generations, and then I come back into freaking Scarlet, seeing all these gens, and I'm like, what the hell is that?
Worst Pokemon gym battle ever. What were they called? It's the one gym in Gen 3, the one with the birds. I don't know what it was, but when I was younger, that gave me the hardest time ever. And I take it back. Gen 4, the Snow Gym, because my starting Pokemon was Torterra, and I was of the mindset of like, alright, if I just train one Pokemon to be level 100, no one can beat me. And then I got to that gym.
Oh god.
And it's like, oh, grass doesn't do too well against ice. And I'm like, oh, man.
You did skip a question. To
Oh, did
Blake,
I?
what is your favorite crop to farm?
Crop to farm? That's a good question. Alright, I'm gonna go with the tried and true classic corn. You can do a lot with corn. Weirdest Pokemon you had.
Oh,
Okay.
I know which one it is, but I cannot remember the name of it. Hold on, let me look it
Okay.
up.
So the weirdest Pokemon I've had, and I love it, just because like I just recently learned about it. It's a Pokemon called Behem, and the reason I love it so much because it's supposed to be like based off a UFO, and I love it so much because in the show, the sound it makes, it's like they were doing a thing like, "Who's that Pokemon?" And then it's Behem, and Behem's literally just like the goofiest like Sesame Street ass, just Behem. I love him so
Yes.
much. I love Behem.
I think the weirdest Pokemon for me is
Hello.
welcome back. Mimikyu.
Oh, I love Mimikyu.
Mimikyu's amazing.
I love Mimikyu.
It's
Don't listen to
weird
this woman.
looking though.
That's the weirdest looking to you, and definitely not the new motorcycle that doesn't even
Okay,
use his
this-
own fucking
Like
wheels.
Lazar? Okay,
You-
yes.
No, okay, they're cool though. They're
Come
cool,
on,
though.
he runs instead of using his wheels.
Scarlet one, yes.
Okay, I will admit, I hate that. I hate that he runs and doesn't use the wheel. I hate it, but I think he looks so cool though.
The violet one uses its wheels. The scarlet one, nah, fam, I got legs.
Yeah, because the violet
be
one's like, it's
Have
like
you
a,
ever,
it's like a.
tried to walk with like something like in between your legs?
Between your
Wide stance.
Like he's gonna waddle the whole time.
Nuh-uh. He doesn't waddle.
I legit thought that it was like a glitch, because, you know, Scarlet Violet, it's not
Oh,
perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
I
far
thought
from
it was a glitch at first. I was like, why is mine not using its wheels? And then someone was like, yeah, no, it doesn't use its wheels. I'm like, what the hell?
It's cool though. He's so awesome looking. He's a cool lizard.
Shit.
He's so awesome. You know, reminding me of weird Pokemon just because, like, it's so like, it's that one, the one Pokemon that's it's like the flamingo it's just the flamingo. That's it. They didn't add anything. It's just the flamingo.
I'm gonna be like honest. I think the weirdest I don't like the Pokemon that look humanoid. It freaks me out,
I mean,
man.
I'll tell you right now, that is not an unpopular opinion, dude. A lot of people agree with you on that.
Oh god, what's the one that evolves and it has like a red spike coming out of its titties?
Oh,
Like, it's-
Gardevoir?
I don't know, man, but I don't like the humanoid-looking Pokemon. The
You don't
first
like
time I
it?
saw
See-
like what was it, McChamp or something?
Machamp?
Really?
Machamp? I was
really
like, what
bothers
the fuck?
I mean,
Why
no,
is
I
there
don't.
this
I don't.
gray
okay.
buff guy looking at me?
Yeah.
I don't like
Yeah.
this.
No, I don't blame you for that, because, like, okay, when Pokemon's introduced, it's like, oh, they're like animals, and, like, you know, they are part of the natural world, and then, like, you get into Pokemon, the first gen, and literally 3 of them are Machamp, which is just a big buff guy with 4 arms, one literally a boxer, and then the other one's Bruce Lee, but, like, he's, like, flat,
Dude,
and
I
he's
was
got
like,
weird
what the
stretchy
fuck's
legs.
going on? I felt the same way when my cute little Digimon, I was like, oh my god, look at you! You're so fucking awesome! Turned into a fucking MILF. I was like, what just happened? My cat just turned into a woman who could discipline me. What's happening?
Yeah. Yeah.
Your awakening with Angelomon.
I'm so confused.
Dude, that name was so on the nose.
Did you have your sexual awakening with Angelomon?
Nope. But just that name is so spot on. Just it's Angel Woman, and I'm like, man, y'all really tried hard for that one.
Right?
Yeah, Digimon tend to be doing that. Yeah.
I love
Stevens,
Digimon,
you
man.
had regular Angemon, you had Devamon. Yeah, I know.
The Angel
I-
Woman.
Most
I don't know,
useless
man.
Pokemon you ever had from Jacob.
Useless Togepi. Fucking never did anything. I just kept it
Magikarp.
because it was a fucking Togepi.
No,
Hell yeah,
okay,
Magikarp, let's go.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I stand Magikarp because it turns into Gyarados.
The only reason I still have one.
That- Yeah, I mean that's the only time it becomes useful. Though is when it evolves. Also, Maximus, you stop. No.
I can't really name like a useless Pokemon because like I just generally do like even if some of them are stupid. Okay, you know what? I'll say it. Klefki. Klefki is so stupid. I love them, but they're so stupid. It's literally keys. It's keys on a key
Yeah.
ring.
Yes, it is. Okay, party and CDM. For everyone that has played or plays Pokemon, what's your favorite EV evolution? Vaporeon.
Sylveon.
I really like Vaporeon.
I love Vaporeon. I've loved
Vaporeon's
Vaporeon
great.
since I was a kid.
But I'm a sucker for like psychic Pokemon. So I really like Espeon.
Espeon's
Come
pretty
on.
good.
Guys, you know mine.
Jolteon's really cool
One of the most
too.
obvious ones.
Obviously
Well,
Sylveon.
No,
Sylveon. You don't like Sylveon? You
it's
don't
the
stand
fucking
Sylveon?
black and gold one.
Oh,
Umbreon.
Umbreon, I
That's
know.
fair. That's fair.
I
Umbreon's
have.
the most basic looking.
I spent so much time farming EVs, and I have a full EV party now in Scarlet.
Oh, that's what I do.
So
Yep, that's
happy.
I spent all last night doing the Terror Raid battles to get an EV for every one of the Terror Raid things.
Yep.
So,
I haven't done the Terror Raids yet. I'm waiting until Aiden gets home so we can do them.
I
Yeah,
had like a
pretty good.
super irrational like wish that for their shiny versions, their color palettes just shifted like one to the right. So like Jolteon became orange, and then
Yeah.
Flareon became pink, and Umbreon became green, and like I don't know. I think
Man,
they should have traded their colors. Cause imagine Glaceon, but like black and gold.
Oh, that'd be
Because
So-
she like Glaceon looks like a little goth kid. Like
it does.
Yeah,
Glaceon
yeah.
totally looks like a little guy. I see. When it comes to shinies of Pokemon, they are very hit or miss. They're either cool, like I like Sylveon shiny, where it becomes like more blue is more prominent than the pink. But then like there'll be ones where it's like, oh yes, it is me, Pikachu, and my shiny is just ever slightly more orange.
right? And then like out of nowhere, oh, I'm green now. Yay. Like I hate the shiny versions of Pokemon, man. They're so
They
They're
should be
either-
way more fucking wild. They should be like absolute inverse color changes and shit like that.
yeah.
It shouldn't be just I am dark orange. Behold, it should be like, guess what, bitch? I got RGB inside me now.
Yeah. Oh man, it's like some are cool. Like I like shiny Charizard. It becomes like it's like all black and it's got blue flames and stuff like that. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, shiny Torchic. I'm just slightly more orange again.
Bro, you can't even tell that Raichu is fucking shiny.
Oh, you really
He's just-
can't.
He's just orange, and then his like lightning bolt gets darker. Like
I wonder if because they have the regional variations. I wonder if the regional variations changed depending if they're shiny or not.
I want to
It
know
is-
why Jolteon turned green.
It is absurd that Pokemon makes so much money and does the bare fucking minimum.
Because they're carried
It's
by
so
name.
Fucking
name carries
lame,
them.
bro.
My name.
That's the way to get some pumpkin roll. But the hardest shiny I've been able to try and figure out is Ghastly.
Hold up, I need to look at it real quick.
Good luck trying to find that one.
I mean, it's just his smoke turns blue.
Yeah, he's just slightly
Yeah.
more blue. That's it.
It's difficult.
Oh man. Man, that's the whole.
I mean, Gyarados is probably it might be one of my favorite shinies.
Oh, because it just turns red. It just gets angry and turns
Yeah,
red.
it's just bright fucking orange and cool as hell looking.
I you know, that reminds me. I remember there was like an episode of Pokemon where they get like touch up on like very rare types of Pokemon, and I remember one is they fought a Crystal Onyx, and I'm like, dude, I hope that's in the game. And like I was hoping that they'd make Onyx's shiny into Crystal Onyx. They never did it because instead they said, hey, let's make Onyx like a slightly shade grayer. I want Crystal Onyx.
Do you know how grumpy I am? Because Mew is my favorite Pokemon. I love Pikachu
Mew.
as well. But I love Mew and what's the Ampharos? I like Ampharos as well.
Ampharos is cool.
You know how mad I was that Mewtwo's shiny is green, but Mew's shiny is blue? Excuse me?
Is it? Let me see. Oh my
What
god,
kind
yeah,
of
you're
bullshit
right.
is this?
What? See, I wish they were more consistent with like the shinies for different, like, because I like green Mewtwo, but like if Mewtwo is a clone of Mew, then it should be blue. With
Then
it.
Mew
It
should be green. Thank you.
Or Mew should be green. Yeah. Oh man, I hate that.
That's so
I hate that.
bullshit. I was like, because I saw Shiny Mewtwo before Shiny Mew, and I was like, holy shit, Shiny Mewtwo's green? What? Does that mean that Mew's gonna be? I was like, oh my god, Pokemon they've played right into me. My favorite color and my favorite Pokemon. Oh my god! And then I like looked it up. I'm like, what is this?
What is this? I hate.
Why
this.
are you blue? Surely this is wrong.
Oh man, they really do be like that.
One
I
thing
hate it.
the one thing I think that Pokemon has slept on is how like trainers have like really cool custom Pokemon.
Mhm.
Like there's something about them that like Lieutenant Surge or whatever, his Pokemons always were like really kind of like military almost, and they had
Yeah,
like cool
it's electric.
hats or they had
Yeah.
like a scarf or something
Yeah.
colored different about them. Why can't we do that? Like,
That would
where's
be
my
so-
Pokemon customization?
I want, yeah, like, cause like they've gotten, you know, aside from this past game in terms of outfits, they've gotten like the clothing stuff down pat with like previous gens. Now I want to be like, hey, I want to give my, you know, Eevee like a cool hat or like a scarf or like a collar with a bell, or like, hey, let me give my, you know, Gyarados like a cool fucking spike collar or something. I want to customize my Pokemon. I want to make them look cool. And like that would be perfect for them to bring back Pokemon contests, because I love the Pokemon contests. I thought they were fun. And you used to be able to customize the Pokeballs too, where you could like put stickers on it and they'd throw it out and it'd spell something, or it'd have like little stars and hearts and stuff. Oh man, I'm nostalgic.
Great conversation. D&D 10.
Damn it. Okay.
Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
I
have that-
blame Zafina. She did this. She
What?
started the Pokemans.
I was just talking to chat.
She did it. We never blame chat. Chat's pure.
Yeah, never blame chat. Never blame chat.
The cat is destroying stuff.
Interesting take, Maximus. Interesting take.
All right, everybody back?
I'm here.
Yes.
I'm here.
Ibrahim?
Sylveon turns green. Cyan.
Wearing goes purple, so I'm excited.
Or Espeon, not Sylveon.
With everybody back. What was it that you had planned with Adrian? Evelyn? Okay. Yeah. Sort of splitting away from the party and making your way
to the general store, you would find Adrian, who's sort of like looks like they've been waiting. You would watch as like the ears on top of his head perk up as the door opens, and seeing that you actually showed up, there is this level of excitement as Adrian would attempt to show you how these ink pens are made. This very like sort of in-depth, passionate talk that he has of explaining the sort of inner mechanisms of how this pen works. If you would like, if you would like, just to attempt to get a better understanding of it, I will let you roll an intelligence check. Okay. Unless you want to super succeed, you're fine. Given your state of having lived in the wild, lived in the grove, away from sort of the technological advancements of the time period, this sort of revelation, this finding that pieces of nature can be combined and broken down to other components to make things like this, to make such finely crafted tools, you understand it almost plainly. There's this level of having been around your companions for so long that innovations like this don't really startle you. They're not completely foreign or alien. You're able to sort of grasp concepts much easier than before, thanks to people like Oberon, people like Talanos, people like Ibrahim, Blake, Safina.
Yeah, she has that like brain blast moment where she's like, "Holy shit, this is made of nature."
And you sort of realize in this moment as well that things like what Talanos is doing, like making bullets, is also another form of what Adrian is doing here, albeit Talanos is much more advanced.
She is just kind of enthralled with it, honestly.
And seeing how like engaged you are, Adrian is not only like showing you how the pens are made, is also showing you some of the other advancements that they've made here, and some of the other items that he makes in cells. So for as long as you wish to stay, it would be about an hour, but you are allowed to. You're basically, as long as you continue to stay engaged and show interest, Adrian will just keep showing you how things are made here in the general store.
I mean, yeah, she having no concept of night because there's no darkness, she would probably stay for a good amount of time. Very interested in like mostly the items that help people do things.
Okay. Definitely showing you the more advanced like tools and equipment that they've been selling recently. As there are the druids that tend to the fields, but there are also the normal people that tend to the fields, and sort of the advancements they've been making in farming and irrigation and things like that. And it would be until Morgan comes out, maybe a couple hours later, where Morgan eventually is like, it's time
she's
for
sitting
bed.
like cross-legged on the counter, like wherever they are, like looking at stuff, and she's like got her, everything on her doesn't look advanced, but the book and the pen that she's currently writing with. She's just like writing things and drawing. Mostly it's not writing, but just drawing the things that he's showing her in like almost like schematics.
And he's like just all into it, like sleeves rolled up. He's sort of just explaining everything. And he's also explaining that if you were to bring him supplies, certain herbs and the like that are out there, he can make things like burn salves and clotting powders and things that help, the sort of combat the things that are out there in the world. And eventually, Morgan would come out and be like, "Hey, shop's closing. It's time to go. I appreciate your spending time here with my grandson, but I need to sleep and he needs to sleep."
Oh, right. Sorry. Didn't
Adrian
realize
sort of-
how late it had gotten.
Adrian sort of chimes in, reaching for his waist for a moment, pulling out his pocket watch, and then that look of realization of how long he's been spending just talking. He sort of clears his throat, this very bashful look to his face. I do appreciate you coming out.
Of course. I'll be back again. Hopefully some things that I find out, well, when we go out, I can bring back and you can tell me how to use them.
I would love that.
Kind of hops off the counter, pulls like her cloak down. She's like, ah! Puts her book to her side and is like, "Thank you again. Sorry to keep him." And she like runs out the door, waving to both him and Morgan.
You would see Adrian had sort of started like he was going to walk you to the door, and then you sprint out the door, and he just sort of deflates.
It's more like a she's very excited to go and like
Absolutely.
look in this book, and she just like smiles and waves to him. Is like, thank you again. It's nice to have someone who can explain things to me without, well, treating me like I'm dumb.
There's this very warm smile that takes Adrian's face as he shakes his head. You're quite the opposite. And if you find anything else, please, I'll be happy to.
Oh
I'll
my
be happy
God,
to
the
show you what
dogs!
else it can be made into. Oh my God, the wild dogs are back!
Oh, looks
Quickly,
like
go,
they've
run!
Hit the deck!
Goodbye. She just starts like walking back towards the inn. Bustling with inspiration.
Indeed. And learning how to make some of the equipment that they make here. Obviously, lacking for supplies, but having a very good understanding of how things work. At least some of the equipment that they make. Is there anything else before we have you rest for the evening and get your long rest?
She would slide into her room. How does spell switching now work for her since, well, quite quiet for prayer?
Until some progress is made, you're stuck with what you got.
Oh. Oh boy. I can't just like change it in the morning?
No. Until you start doing some things in the world, you're stuck with what you have. There's no spell prep for people like clerics and druids.
Oh fuck.
So
Alright.
a little incentive for you to start trying to figure out how to bring your papa back into the world.
DM's like, fucking go Hexcrawl.
Yes!
I've never heard so much like, will you just go fucking do this now?
Yep.
We're leaving?
You know-
We're leaving already?
Yeah,
Good luck to the
Evelyn would
druids.
slide in, and if no one's there waiting for her or anything as such, she would just go to her room.
Okay.
And resist the urge to turn it into a leafy paradise with the seeds she has.
Dear God, don't.
That's now my room. Don't rent it to anyone else. Why? Don't worry about it.
Okay, go ahead and mark on your sheet a long rest for the evening, as it is a protected place. No watches necessary.
Long rest, my lord.
We're resting long.
Indeed. All right, party. Awoken to a new day only by the sounds of the moving town and city around you as the early bird gets to the worm with a number of laborers, constructioners, and the like that are working on the sort of newer portion of Dawnwood, building new homes for the bustling community and population here. You would eventually be awoken as well to the fresh smells of food early in the morning. With one caveat that when Ibrahim attempts to get food, uh, he is met with a no.
How is he met with a no? Like everybody
The
else gets food and he just doesn't get a plate?
the barkeep, the individual here running the shop, looks at you for a moment and would look to an etching that he has on one of the mantles nearby that somewhat vaguely or crudely resembles you, and he gives a shake of his head because of your hostility towards the druid circle. The food that they provide for Dunwood is not available to you.
Why? What, my gold doesn't shine now?
Zeph would rest a hand on his shoulder.
Where's the etching, DM?
It is on the sort of the there's the counter or the bar in front of you, and then there is the sort of shelves and the like that are behind the barkeep, and it's on one of the shelves hanging.
Holy shit, it's like a dead or alive bounty.
Correct, except it is like
Do not serve.
indeed a do not serve warrant.
In this idyllic town, I'm like the nemesis of the town.
Hostility towards the druids.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, don't fuck with their boys.
He motions to it. I don't even look like that. That's not me.
I'll tell the artist then to make some adjustments.
How flattering is this picture, by the way?
It's crude. It's not perfect. You have your nose is a little more crooked, your lip is a little more busted.
God.
But if
You
put
have to-
side by side, it would work.
Like when he was wearing his long gown.
That's perfect, actually. That's perfect.
Oh my god.
I'm 100 just expecting like a doodle bob image of Ibrahim.
That's what it is.
My God, yes.
Holy crap, that's amazing.
The more Ibrahim looks at it, you think that he'd get more upset, but in fact, he seems strangely gratified by what he sees, and not at all surprised. I suppose it is lacking in skill, but is a lot better than what they did in the Cove.
It does seem rather unfair, though. We should go talk to the druids again, and maybe he should apologize.
Oh,
Lake, you all enjoy your breakfast.
Evelyn raises her eyebrow.
Ibrahim, do we want to go talk to them?
I absolutely do not. See, I had an apology in mind for them, but now it's become a competition on being petty, right?
No.
Why not? I'd win.
Undoubtedly you would.
and then starve. Fine, let's go talk to the druids.
We'll be back.
You know, this is a different form of slavery, he says as he's walking off to the door with her.
Avery.
Before they leave, Oberon would just call after them. When you return, I'd like to discuss with you what we intend to do today.
Right. Shouldn't take
We
long, I
will.
hope.
We'll be right back.
Okay. Separating for the party. If just for this moment, making your way to the farms or to where the druids sort of congregate around the monolith of echoes.
Probably the farms.
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
say the farms.
You would see already a number of farm hands and druids out there working the fields. Some of them familiar from their work yesterday, and as Ibrahim approaches, his lanky, long extremities, not announcing his footfalls with his steps, but more so his presence as he strikes a very prominent image.
Especially
number
now
of
that
the-
he's walking with Safina, right? He's usually inconspicuous when he's alone, but with her, he stands out.
A number of the farm hands and druids sort of turn their attention to look, staring like this motherfucker came back for round 2. Approaching the edge of the fields. What are you all doing?
I'd say that Ibrahim would be casting around looking for the man himself who scorned him from the town.
Roll me a perception check.
You helping me, Safina?
Yes, Zeph will help.
May I roll at advantage? Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, we needed it.
17. Compared to the others that are actually like sort of looking at you and sort of turning their heads, talking to one another, there is a man out there who is not looking at you. He is sort of driving his hoe into the earth and beginning to sort of dig up new sort of trenches. It is the individual from yesterday.
And that, I'd imagine that gives him away. Just the fact that he's not
Indeed.
looking back. Yeah, Ibrahim sort of lets his eyes wander over the steep field, watching the spotted patches of sedge and whatever harvest is coming up. And he'll go through like any studded outcrops and the rise of dirt on his way to him, avoiding tripping and all that.
As you get closer, you would hear the sort of idle grunts or groans of work as this individual continues to till the field. And as you get closer, they're again, they still pay no mind to you. And eventually you're standing no more than a few feet away from him.
Yeah,
Zeph would, I would say Zeph would like squeeze his shoulder a little bit and kind of give him a very gentle push.
and he's pushed forward, conveyed a step closer to the man. And it is a good thing that he's looking away, because Ibrahim has this hateful, scornful look in his face, but after a moment of preparation, he then produces, like a magician's trick, an expression of intense earnestness. Hello.
Driving the the hoe into the earth, he stops, bringing a hand up to wipe the sweat that's on his forehead as he looks back at you. Good day.
Hey, you remember me from yesterday?
Is there something I can help you with?
Look, what I said, getting all angry and upset. Not because I'm angry at you or upset with anybody here, really. It's a peeve of mine. Why I don't work. It's not personal. Didn't mean to insult you or have you feel insulted.
There's a rule. If you stand in my fields, you work. You are standing in my fields.
You hear him sighs deeply, whipping up and down the field with his eyes miserably. Well, I didn't know that. I was just standing there with my friend, who was also asking me to work, so apparently he knew the rule when I didn't.
Did one of my workers not make themselves presentable and offer you any answers to any questions you may have had?
I don't want to be rude. If they did, perhaps my mind in the clouds, I didn't pay them any heed. After all, I don't work here. I wouldn't think they would approach me for it.
He sort of looks you up and down for a moment. So be it.
Ibrahim allows a kind of moment of silence. And
He immediately turns in that
Yeah.
moment of silence and begins working again.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I realize words are just words. And no less, a wrong remains. What if? How if? I work now. I have some things to do later today, but I could finish what Blake started yesterday. Give it a sense of completion. I saw the section back there. Could still use a little work. Trust me, I have a lot of experience doing it.
Well, I appreciate your attempt at penance. I will decline. You said so yourself. You do not wish to work. And I will not have somebody whose mind is often dragged to the clouds, working on this that requires so much attention. I appreciate your coming here, offering apologies, explanations. But if you would like to make it right, don't apologize to me. Apologize to those who had to witness that act.
Ibrahim works his jaw thoughtfully. A muscle at the edge of his forehead working slowly as he turns around. Are they all looking?
They're trying to make it not obvious.
Yeah, just dissimulated staring. He sort of clears his throat and looks back to the man in question. How am I supposed to apologize to them? Am I meant to address them or show remorse in some way? They don't know me. They wouldn't believe it.
Sometimes all they need is the act. Believable or not.
All right. All right. Ibrahim very apprehensively pulls down his hood, letting it pull around his neck, revealing his face to the sun. And immediately the heat of it is scalding against his face. He's wincing at the feeling of its heat just throwing itself on his Ebonic skin. He looks for a moment to Safina, kind of beseeching her for ideas while how he looks at her before looking back to the field.
Yeah, he's met with a soft smile and just kind of just gestures out towards them. She's not really sure.
Of course, no answers there. Yeah, he he wipes his face. A sort of beadiness there of anxious sweat building as he walks out into the open, into like a little patch that elevates him so he's within view of the whole field. It isn't loud, but the attempt's there. Ibrahim clears his throat. Everyone, I'd like to say something.
A lot of them turn their attentions to look at you. Curious, quizzical.
As the faces turn and they more specifically look at him, there's this hesitation in him, right? His mouth slightly ajar, his right hand having this itch to just rub up at his face, at his jaw, just pondering what to say. Where to even begin? He doesn't know these people. He doesn't know what would reach them. So he doesn't try to dress his speech. Instead, Ibrahim keeps it honest. I've worked as well in the past as all you have. Day after day. But it didn't work as you did to feed your families and those you love. People I fed I never met. Those I worked for were no friends of mine. And I never got any gratification. Seeing these fields again, a tool put in my hand, brought back some rather rotten feelings I had kept inside. No justification for how I acted. But I'd like you to know why I did so. I am very sorry. This is all very honorable work, I know. You didn't deserve to see me in such a way.
A lot of them nod, some turning and murmuring to each other. And as the druid that's there begins working again, he also nods. Humility serves as a foundation for all of us. Thank you. I'll tell the others to recant the sign put out.
Oh, I don't think that you should. I quite like it there. I just wanted to apologize.
He gives you a brow raise.
He smiles wheedlingly, obviously kidding.
Now, you are standing in my field, and you know the rules. Are you staying, now that you've given your apology? Or are you leaving?
Today I'm beholden, but hopefully, next time we come by with Shield's daughter, I'll work. Might even drag that big boy that follows us around. Blake, if you haven't met him. He seems to like it.
He's terrible at it, but yes, his heart is in the right place.
Oh,
That's like just starts laughing.
he is awful at it. And I got to watch him try.
His heart is in the right place.
I think so as well. And much more quietly, and how I hate him for it, as he turns around and files out of the field.
Zeph would kind of half, like, almost jogging, like, after him, just kind of wave her hand. Thank you.
Wait, Ibrahim on that field is like a scarecrow that's like gone ambulatory and walking across it. His long, buoyant limbs swinging as he just quickly leaves.
Compared to sort of the farewell nod that he had given Ibrahim, there the nod is much more appreciative towards you, Safina. And eventually, the party is made whole once more. Breakfast consumed. What are you guys doing today, party?
Well, Oberon indicated that he wanted to speak to people upstairs in his quarters, so after breakfast he would have gone there.
I guess with Oberon telling everyone, hey, we need to talk, Blake would, after breakfast, would, don his armor and stuff and meet with Oberon in his room, waiting for the others.
I assume
Everyone would
everybody
go up
goes
there.
in.
Yeah.
Yep. Zeph would follow.
Okay. Making your way up to Oberon's room. It's all yours.
All right. So the wizard is just kind of waiting, scribbling into the journal until everyone is present. And you notice while the door was cracked open, and he turned to look at you and said something akin to the word of "come in." No noise exited the door until he gestures you forward. At which point, good, we can speak here. Right. Well, there was some additional information that we learned from the Druid Circle yesterday that I think we should go over and determine our courses appropriately. An observation that Evelyn brought up to Mr. Treebeard revealed to us that a lot of the creatures of the land had been suffused with some sort of elemental magic, for lack of better terms. And that the Remoraz, the divine Remoraz, may have a new ability to create light, similar to that of your previous blades, we posit. And he'll gesture at Ibrahim. Currently, however, we have no method of protecting against that, nor do we understand any sort of vulnerability that this creature may now possess. So, it is for that reason that I suggest that we focus on a different task.
Why don't we go to Ellen? Maybe she has some kind of solution.
Well, it was one we were given a little over 2 years ago. The druids are still seeking the werebears that allegedly still roam.
My worry is
They-
that there may have been some elemental altering to them. We should be prepared for that.
Of course. But if they are alive and whole, if they've been wandering these lands for the last 2 years, they may have valuable information.
Hmm.
Things that the druids here do not possess. And that sort of practical knowledge is something we could desperately use. I also have concerns about seeking the Remoras directly, as last time, well, we almost lost one of our own. And without the protections of our patrons to pull us back from danger, well, if not even prayers can breach the barrier erected by VOD, perhaps souls can't either. Who knows what could happen to you? I'm saying this out of perhaps an overabundance of caution.
Makes sense. We're on our own.
Exactly. So to that end, I just wanted to see where the consensus lies and what we should do. And if there are any other concerns.
I like this. The idea that we ought to go after the Remoras only after we have the absolute certainty that we can deal with it. I agree. We should look for the tribe of werebears.
I think so too.
Now, I don't offer absolute certainty, but more than what we have, both in the physical and ephemeral, if that's what you can call knowledge.
Or anything at all.
Exactly. Kalanos?
I'm eager to get on the road.
Zafina? Blake?
If it means we'll have more help with the Remoras or the people here, then I'm fine with looking for the werebears.
You have one request.
By all means.
The creatures, the fauna around. I would very much like to, hopefully, come to understand them first before altercations, if possible. Of course, if they are to attack us, then by
Then
all
we would
means.
defend ourselves.
Yes.
Oberon sort of shrugs, seeing no problem with that. Well, the last sighting of these werebears is about a week out, by the river. Makes sense. They do not want to be in town, they still need to drink.
Our best bet that we check there first. Or the surrounding.
Now, that being said, a week of travel, plus finding or locating what may remain of a sleuth of werebears, to aid the town of Dawnwood. My other question is this. Does anyone actually want to do all that?
What do you mean?
Well, he kind of gestures and kind of motions to the window. Look around. I have.
I hear
Dawnwood.
you.
The people of Dawnwood want for nothing. If anything, these are requests. They don't need us. He kind of looks to Ibrahim for a moment.
I want to go home. Oberon. I want to leave. Already we failed the Emperor. And then we failed these people as well. The only way we're gonna make it out of here is with resources. So now we have none. It's not a matter of wanting just yet. If only.
Well, regardless of whether or not these are just requests or not, these are some things we put off, not by choice, for at least 2 years now. I say we at least see that these are done first before anything else.
Very well, but I just want to ensure that our efforts are not wasted. Say we obtain the Rimmer's heart, we find the werebears, or what their remains may be. Then what, Blake?
Well, what do you mean? Isn't that obvious?
You tell me?
There's been a grave mistake made, and I intend to see it corrected.
Has there?
I think so.
In what way?
Well, all things considered, he won. He got what he wanted,
Yes, I noticed.
and now he's probably sitting on his throne in the capital with a monument to our failures, literally burning down rays of light every time we step outside.
And
We need to see that he pays for what he did. Don't you remember?
Blake, that doesn't make us righteous, just bad losers.
It's not about being righteous. He murdered, and then he forgetting that he can speak out loud, brings his tone down. He murdered the goddess of magic. We can't allow that to go unpunished.
Yes, he and many others ate her up, in fact. I saw it myself. And yet it doesn't change that this place is much better for it. You call it a great evil thing, but I'd say it's more of a happy accident, really.
Ibrahim, are you saying he was correct what he did?
Am I saying he was correct? No, absolutely not.
Then what's
This-
the issue?
This is just
We
a
deal
testament
with
to his vanity.
Then we bring it down.
But why?
What do you intend to want to do, Blake?
Like I said, fix our mistake.
Speak plainly instead of vaguely and in riddles.
Do you just want to kill him, Blake? You can tell me.
Blake, for a moment, looking at all the others of his party, really, for a second, just taking on these glances and questions. I want justice to be served. That's what I want. I want to make sure that everyone knows what he did won't go unpunished.
And
that
if they forgive him? A god of distant magic who refused them her gifts? They simply needed to do what needed to be done.
Unnarrows her eyes.
did what needed to be done. They were corrupt. They murdered her. They betrayed her. But they did what needed to be done. What do you mean?
I'm simply saying that some people may view it all, well, the ends justifying the means.
Is that what Malakath told himself?
No, Malakath told himself, I rather like murder. Continued doing it.
But to him, it justified it, did it not?
It was just a fact of life.
Fact of life now.
I'm simply asking this because, should we continue down this path, no one will see your actions as righteous or good. To bring back night and darkness and random suffering. The distant, impersonal gaze of the gods may not be as preferable to the constant scrutiny of the Wizard King in some opinions. I just want to make sure. But do you understand this? You will not be made out to be a hero.
So be it. Justice is blind anyway. Don't need to be a hero to serve it. And what about the rest of you?
Well, on account that I am not blind, I can tell when the music has stopped. I want to go home. 2 years, and I am out of the cove. I need to go back.
Fine. I won't stop you.
Won't. Circumstances will. And together, we have a chance of finding a way out.
Alright then. But I've
until
already...
then, we're bound together, for better or worse.
Exactly. But I've already
So-
stated my goal. So,
Serena, Evelyn, you've been rather quiet.
I want to go home as well. But there are things that I personally want to see here, or at least find answers to. I'd like to return to the cathedral. I need a yes or no answer on my uncle's status.
Understood.
But I also think on this topic of how people are and how they feel about this, and she gestures to the window. We need to ask those that we can trust. I don't think that's been asked. If they are happy about this. And how
Well-
they truly feel.
We did ask. Or at least, Talanus tried to. There was something strange about Arnold. Do you not notice?
Oh, incredibly.
It is a strange kind of denial, wasn't it?
I have my thoughts about that. But I'd rather not go slinging accusations before I'm certain.
We need answers before we make any sort of rash decisions.
I figure Arnold's enchanted like a lot of folk here might be. That wife of his probably ain't.
Could be his denial is more human.
I am uncertain of whether or not there's an enchantment going on. But from what I've seen and what I know, some people are... Or some may take to the good that has happened, others... have wallowed for so long, or felt the harshness of the life around them for so long, and when it's no longer there, they don't know what to do with themselves.
And we were told that there are some that have just naturally followed, while others might be influenced by other ways.
And the wizard shrugs. Regardless, this is to see where your heads are at, I suppose. But as it stands, we can do nothing. Be it leave or fight or resign ourselves to whatever fate may have for us. Until we have things such as coin and magics and the like. And perhaps rapport with more than one person who has taken us on as a charity case.
I think we'll find answers. But most importantly, we should find Safina's uncle.
Her
I
jaw
might
would kind of drop at that a little bit.
I have a spell that might help with that, but it will have to wait until tomorrow until I can cast it.
I wish that I could help. But this morning I can't seem to cast anything else. An attempt to focus myself and change some of the utility that I know and the practices that I know, I find myself unable to.
DM, would I know how druids vaguely derive their magic?
Oh, wizard, no.
Oh, wizard.
Oh,
Not even from a
wizard.
fucking studious level? Can't roll anything for that? Cool.
I'll give you sorcerer stuff. I'll give you wizard stuff.
Alright,
I'll
alright.
give you cleric stuff, but primal magic? Absolutely
Alright.
not.
Alright.
Oh,
The arcane boy. Although
well,
I
I
will
got
say,
the-
because you've been around her for so long, you actually, I don't even think
No,
Evelyn knew
okay.
that she could prepare spells. So
It's not a prepare spell. It's like invoking certain like aspects of nature to be able to cast those certain things, and she can't invoke them. She's like, "Hey guys, don't know wall. Hello. Great."
Okay, so your magic doesn't function. Fantastic.
paladins aren't.
It's not that it
paladins
doesn't
also
function. I just can't. Change it like normally.
Hmm.
And I try to
paladin-
think of a practice or a certain spell and evoke their magic side. Nothing comes.
It might be that the land no longer answers to your father, but rather a different god. So the rules change, maybe?
Ibrahim, you would note you would also not be able to change your spells, given that you are a half paladin. So whatever spells you currently have, you're stuck with them.
Let me see what I have.
I hope not.
Ice cream. No. Very well.
Really bad for me, dude.
Again, all the more reason for us to be cautious.
Never gonna need that horse.
That being said, that's all I wanted to bring attention to.
Fuck. That also means I can't reincarnate anymore, guys.
Yup.
yeah.
We got no reses on hand.
That sucks ass.
That's not true. I have Revivify.
We have no diamonds on hand.
Fuck.
Well, do we have 2,000 gold? But no, fuck, we don't have that either. Shit!
So, like I said earlier, in the earlier part of explaining Anor'lur and how it works, if you would like to attempt to bring about the presence of the gods, you're going to have to work for it. Labor in building them shrines and temples and means of bringing power back to them here in this land. Until you do so, you're stuck with what you have. No concordance, no prepping or changing your spells if you are a divine or primal caster. That's it.
Well, time to make a church.
My church.
Except doing that invokes the, like, wrath of their god spawn or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, we killed them too.
Yeah, I'll say we just murder them. I don't see the issue.
Okay. I remember the last godlike thing that we encountered, just skewering us at every movement we did. Yeah, I remember that.
That's true. That's true. But like,
But yeah, let's just
Yeah.
kill him.
yeah, we'll kill him.
Because that's possible.
You won't know until you try.
Yeah.
Well, a good murdering will make sure that people won't forget us. That's what heroes are, right? Killers, essentially.
Murder
You're
hobos.
assuming we're the heroes in this
this
story.
is the
I'm-
murder hobo arc.
A
I'm
certain kind of
quickly
hero.
I'm quickly coming to the realization that in order to be the heroes, we probably have to be the villains first.
First, you say like this is going to be a change.
More obvious.
Well,
But
I guess pulling back to the conversation, Evan would look at the group. Well, I don't have a family or a home to go back to. My family and home are here. All of you. So when you undoubtedly leave and go back to where you wish to go, won't have that.
That's not true.
Right.
I'm not looking for
And-
sympathy.
I'm not giving
I'm
you
stating
sympathy.
that it is true. If we come to find that we can't simply just kill him, she looks to Blake. Then what do we do?
perhaps we don't. But then again, I'm content to wage a war of spite and maliciousness. So, take my words with a grain of salt.
What if we find a way to convene with our gods? Hear them out. See what they have to say. This celestial conflict is far beyond us.
If that's what you would endeavor to do.
We must, don't we? How do we expect to leave on our own, Overon?
Just merely state. I agree that we need to find more less obvious channels of rebuilding what we had. It's clear that the people of Dawnwood won't have much to offer us beyond what we've already found. Nor would I expect them to stick their neck out any more than what the few friendly faces we've seen have already done.
I think it's also worth stating. She keeps looking to Blake. Whether we are willing to accept it or not, if he really is a god now, then stakes have changed. My father was not a god when I last was with him. And now he is as well. Things have changed. And we need to be ultimately prepared for that. Whatever that means. More than just about changing the landscape and making it no longer cold anymore. Now it is different. And much as it is beguiling to us to understand, people are happy. What do we do with that?
Exactly why I asked.
Like,
I'm not entirely sure yet, but I'm not inclined to sit around and bask in my own failure. I intend to do something about it. Like you said, things are going to change, whether we like it or not. And that just might apply to everyone on this continent now.
Well, Evelyn is right about the whole deicide bit. I do believe that if we walk up to him, he will wave a hand and smack us aside as though we were mere flies. Not very, enthused about going off to fight him or anger him. In fact, every little bit of me thinks we shouldn't. Besides, Blake, you're rather young for a vendetta, right? Couldn't we set it aside for now? Look after each other instead?
actually, bring up a good point too. Who's to say he's even here? I couldn't just go to a place on a map and see my father. Nor you, your Raven Queen, or who's to say he's even here?
Potentially, the barrier also serves to keep him in, rather than spiriting away to Mount Celestia, where he might face considerably more opposition.
I think he's here. I think that for all his godhood, there's still a man behind all the glister. A self-serving, cringing cipher of a man.
As to assume such would be that of which the other gods are the same.
No.
Potentially.
No. They were not mortals before. They were made by the Allfather. It is different. That is not to say that they are beyond fault, but it is not the same.
Agree to disagree for the time being. Either way, hypothesizing is good in the long run, but it is not getting us anywhere for the time being.
What have you, Talanos?
Oh, there was a lot there. What specifically are you wanting to know? A boof!
Wild dogs outside are at it again.
I'm gonna let the dogs out.
A leaf hit the ground. Now they're losing their mind.
No, someone ring the doorbell. You guys have stuff delivered, please. Ask them not to ring the door.
I always do.
I'll go check the door.
What was she asking about specifically, though? Sorry, before I answer. Or was it just like everything?
Yeah, what do you think about the whole notion of continuing, not continuing? What do you want to do?
Oh, she's out there chasing the dogs. I don't want to respond to her question when she's not there. That would be rude.
Right, I'm sorry, I'm back.
You're all good.
There was someone at the door that needed to be signed for something.
It was it's all good.
She was just gesturing to the conversation in general.
Gotcha. Okay.
The original question Oberon had
Yeah.
asked.
Well, we can't just sit around and do nothing. And despite the fact that while it looks like a lot of folk here are happy, there are definitely some that aren't. Farron is, well, you know. Arnold looks like he's bewitched. Others are just riding it out. But the problem is in order to do what we think we need to do, we basically got to commit to something that some of you probably aren't going to like. Truth is, most of these folk don't want to be saved. They don't think they need to be saved. Everything's fine. And if we pull back that curtain, well, we're the bad guys. Sometimes you got to do bad to get some good. I've been doing a lot of that before I joined up with you all, so for me, it's a little old hat. For some of you, probably not going to like what that feels like.
I don't like it. I never saw more damage done than by people acting on high principle. And I'm beginning to feel those shoes.
Which ain't to say that if, I didn't get the chance to put a few rounds into that Wizard King, that I wouldn't absolutely do it. We just got to take into account that in order to do that, we basically got to break this utopia. Sad part is leaving's kind of out of the question because we're flying in the air. No way out.
Unless all you want to search for is a way out. We can do that too.
If I'm frank, I don't want to leave. Not yet.
I don't really have anywhere else to be. Like Evelyn, I don't have family or home. So maybe the best thing we can do right now is just take it one step at a time and do the things that we can do and see if an opportunity presents itself.
Do you want to speak to the Emperor, Telenos? Are you not friends?
Well, I have got no way to speak to him.
I'm sure if you were to go, he'd have a place for you in his court.
His court? Probably not. Probably stick me in a workshop next to that fair dragon, which is more like mean dragon.
Would that be so bad?
No, you don't know her like I do. Imagine being next to somebody who treats you like her husband that she hates, but you ain't married and you get nothing out of it.
I don't want to imagine that.
There you go.
But I commiserate. You may not feel like you have a place where you may belong. He looks to Evelyn a moment when he says this. But there is still a place for you out there. If we were to go. Could always come with me. Can't promise you a lavish lifestyle, but it'll be a lot of fun.
The coast have forests and... Well, where you are from.
Do not believe you've ever seen anything like the forest beyond the garden wall. And where we're going, there are forests. Not the cove, but...
She laughs at that.
Sahesh. That is where I mean to go.
There will never be forests like the ones I came from.
Not
No
as
matter
beautiful.
where I go.
You wouldn't oppose seeing new ones, at least, I hope.
Most definitely. I'm honestly surprised. This place isn't absolutely overgrown. How much sun? All of these... Doesn't make sense to me.
Nothing here does. This was all a cosmic manipulation by the powers that he stole. Again, an image of his own vanity.
But when you say that, and what we have learned, how can we say that and not say the same for the places and homes and countries and places that have also been birthed because of those so long ago who stole her power? How do we not know that every last one of your homes was not born of that same thing?
Before the world was born as it was, or, sorry, as it is today, it was first blown up, remember? By the gods themselves. But at least it was their creation. They bore this land, such as it is, and such as it was, in the image of the All-Father's vision. He made us. I would rather be undone by my maker than the faulty pretensions of a pretender.
It's not what I mean. I morally mean that we don't know what civilizations or even places came into existence because of that stealing of magic.
I don't believe anybody does now, Evelyn. All such things are forgotten. But before
What
you
I'm
give up on
saying.
the places, go visit them. Travel. Come with me and then with Blake.
I'm-
Then Talanos. See it for yourself.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that that this place was created roughly in the same manner. Be it
I'm not
much
sure.
fresher.
Not every land was created by a god king. Self-made.
I know that.
In fact, to my knowledge, and Ibrahim looks to the party for insight on this, there's no other place that even remotely resembles this land, right?
I meant merely in conception, not in design.
If I am not mistaken, and things remain as we left them before we came here, everything's still, well, what stands still after the great undoing looks very much as the Allfather bore it, and in the image of your own father as well. Forests and things, cities, sure, but the wilderness still remains. Your father's nature is still prevalent in many corners of the world.
Including here.
You mean things as they stand now?
Druids, when we visited with them, while you and Blake were outside, they informed me that he's still here. Very weak, but he's still here.
Your father?
Influence his voice.
I suppose the God King had to had to borrow a bit from nature herself to make his dream come true. And with nature invariably comes your father. How strangely quaint that with life comes Shilier.
I know not what I will do beyond this place we are. I had pondered it for some time, before this even happened. That long month that we spent in the cathedral. Seeing all of you, Bar, Tafina, respond to those in Frost. I realize that I don't and will not have that unless I'm with all of you. So returning to your original question, Oberon,
Mhm.
you all are my home. And I will go and do alongside you until I can find a place that may serve as such.
Understood. Thank you, Evelyn.
Sort of stepping forward.
Oh
We
god,
know
I
not
forgot he was
the
in
future, only what lays before us now. Worry not over what you cannot see. Think of only the glory we shall earn. Onward! He turns.
How do you see?
Oh,
I forgot we could not hear him approaching from the outside.
There's just
I have been here the entire time.
Sorry if I spoke much. It's just in the past I haven't had much to speak on. Not much influence or therefore experience. Seeing how we all are in this place anew. We're all on the same ground now. I have a duty to nature. It's all I know. And as there's nature here that has been so very prevalently changed from everything I've known. We're never able to infuse raw element into animals or creatures or beings or even flora. I have a duty here to make sure that the balance is as such. And I will do that alongside all of your ambitions. Even if they are to go home. She smiles to Blake and Ibrahim.
Ibrahim's lower lip is all puckered out.
Ibrahim, or Blake, looking at
Yeah.
Ibrahim and Evelyn. At first, his gaze has a bit of a cold indifference to it, but with this discussion of having to look forward and having to stick together to figure out what to do, being in the company of, as far as the only friends he has, like, he just smirks a little and, well, I'm not going home anytime soon. So we're gonna still be traveling together for a while at least.
Rather opposite to Blake, Ibrahim's pout is this show of bashfulness that he doesn't have something so deep as her has to say. And just looks on, feeling bad for Evelyn.
She's actually quite inspired almost in her expression. Whereas before there has been a lack of almost grounding in her conversation or in her movements. Now there is a more than just a purpose of living day to day kind of thing.
Right, so another thing. Find the answers to the great changes brought to nature here. To the list. In the ledger now, Miss Yellier.
I'm sure we will find those answers at the same time as approaching this God King he has become.
I too would like to know why the birds have electricity coming off of them. Is that what you called it?
It's more of the same thing a storm gives. A bolt, lightning, but it's been thrust inside that of a creature. So strange.
Lightning in a bottle. That's where it's from.
I guess it's much like asking a painter or a carpenter how they created all the things they have. Pulling back that veil of wonder. That is what I seek. I want to know how he did it.
Think he'd tell you?
No.
I wagered you'd be able to find out by yourself, though.
My only anger is if he did it. Most likely against their will. There must always be balance. Now it seems rather odd.
Well, my curiosity has been sated.
What about ours? What do you want to do, Oberon?
I'm mulling it over. Not that I have any place to be immediately.
Your family?
I do. I have one. I suspect it's been... I suspect they are worried.
More likely angry.
Not too. She'll be... My wife will be angry first, then worried, and then angry again. That's usually how it goes.
Well, she ain't divorced you by now, being gone over 2 years.
Can she divorce if he's not there?
Think how she will act if she hears about, well, that year you lived in a tower with your husband. She smiles.
Oh yeah, I ain't gonna say shit about that.
One of many complications in regards to my supposed return.
Do you want to go back?
As I said, there are some issues I've yet to figure out the solution to.
What issues?
Well, you know about my past. And you've heard at least a little of my dealing with Anew, correct? The stipulations I am to abide by?
Yes. And I do know your past, and I don't care for it. I still
Yes.
like you.
Yes. But the opinions of various circles of magic greatly overwrite anyone's liking me or not.
I think there will be retaliation on you if you were to return.
Of course.
So what? You being here is a form of hiding?
For a moment, yes. It is the safest thing for both myself and my family. Until such a moment that I can safely interact with the world outside. Staying here is almost preferable. The
But you want to stay?
the convocation. Oh, I don't want to stay in this hell. But there are things that need to be done. There are things I aim to find out. Until I am satisfied, I am here.
Hmm.
And until I can return, I have nowhere else to go. The deal that saved my life is the same thing that may imprison me here until further notice.
Took a deal from a goddess?
Nods.
Get what you deserve.
Not my finest moment. But we had precious few solutions. And time was of an essence.
Well, Oberon has to stay. He needs his answers. Blake wishes to stay. He wants to make the world right again. Talanos, more or less ambivalent. Evelyn wishes to understand what's wrong with nature. Savannah needs to find her family. I want to go back to mine.
But until we find a way for you to do so, you're stuck here. Same as we.
That's right. So we should go. Start tackling one thing at a time. I hope you're satisfied, Oberon, with your questions.
Yes, quite.
Good.
I think it was important that we talked about it. I sometimes find it hard to relate to all of you so much. Only in the sense that I care about you greatly. Now, unfortunately, we're kind of forced to relate.
Well, go. Pack your things. We have about a week of travel ahead of us.
If that. Maybe we'll get lucky and run into this Remoraz while we're out and about.
Ugh,
I would rather not right away.
that seems the opposite of luck.
Do you, now that we're still here together all, you truly believe that we were the only ones left inside those little pots we were in?
Depends. Who else did he hate so deeply?
But Darval did mention that there were others. They were just empty.
But could we be so sure to think that he found them all?
Probably not.
Probably not.
We should keep an eye out. Could be we have friends that we've never even seen before out there, somewhere.
It is worth keeping our eyes peeled.
Evelyn, winces at that. Why would you want... Never mind.
It means to keep your eyes open and alert.
I deduced.
Very good.
I did not, but now I have.
Yes, custodian, please do not peel the eyes of anyone present.
Let's insult us, or have something mean to say to you.
No. 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 Now everyone get out of my room.
But I quite like it here.
So I think I'll stay. Grow some plants.
I could go get my sleeping bag.
Well, no, I mean it. Get out.
Fine.
Blake has like already been like he was already part way out by the time he started talking about it.
Okay. This party packs up. Anything else?
Not for me.
What's the goal?
We're heading east along the river.
We're going to look for any sort of trail left by these beastmen that we could pick up on and find them.
Well, we have a map. We have a location.
We have resources.
We're going.
We go.
We have
We go east.
technology.
We head towards the river?
We just head out.
We have to go east. East is the only way.
Could we see the map, DM?
Yes. If there is nothing else you would like to do in town, we can move to the hex crawl map.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Well,
I guess. Whatever.
Welcome, heroes, to hex crawling Anor'lur. You'll find that the map has changed somewhat since your last view edit. This is because the terrain around you is now explorable. As the party moves and begins to find their way around this radiant landscape, you will uncover unique little hidden secrets, ruins, monuments, shrines, monsters, beasts, and more.
I'm scared.
Yes,
Sorry.
you're jumping ahead.
I forgot that everyone now sees it. I was like, what's that?
So, you'll notice if you were to grab the token or the ruler, you'll be able to measure out movement, distances, and the like.
In miles.
In miles. Each hex is roughly 20 miles worth of travel, equating to about 8 hours of movement. This number can be increased with class abilities, equipment, roads, and vehicles. The number can also be decreased because of a lack of equipment, weather, or hazards. There are unique points of interest. These markers are meant to denote weird, fantastical, or otherwise special areas and locations on the map. Numerous points of interest remain hidden until discovered by rumors, questing, or exploration by the party. While not immediately apparent, given enough time, new markers can be found. Already, you will note on your screen you have one, thanks to Ibrahim and his speaking to Ellen. There is a point of interest marker on one of the ruins.
Oh, look at it peeking out from behind them little trees.
There are also location names. Markers will remain nameless until given one by the party or discovered by exploration via NPCs or through lore found within the local area.
Oh no.
And of course, roving markers. While within a local area, you might discover a marker on the map that moves and changes direction as you do. Go to that area and discover what lies in waiting, or let it come to you. It appears that there's already a roving marker on the field.
Stay away
It's
from
okay.
that.
It's 280 miles away. We're
Where's
safe.
that big river? Because this is only 20 miles away.
I think we were told it runs through the center of the Vale, which would be this river.
That's
Oh
what I'm
my
guessing is right
God.
there.
Yeah.
This one's 220 miles away.
As
But
well,
this guy.
while the party is moving away, hey.
Who did it?
What do you
Who
mean?
did it?
Me, was it
As
me?
well, while
on
the
the
party is moving through hexes, you can designate a leader. Leaders have unique character abilities within hex crawling. For example, Talanos has the Horseman's Trail. While Talanos is leading the party, your experience during your adventures allow you to more easily spot potential encounters, making you aware of threats within your hex or around your campsite before you settle down for the day. So, with Talanos's assistance, if he is leading the party can find locations or places within hexes that do not require watches while you rest, thus allowing everybody to get a full night's rest and skipping a combat encounter if there was one, as well being able to potentially avoid conflict or encounters within a hex should you manage to roll on the encounter table with the D12. Blake has Steelheart. While Blake is leading the party, if initiative is rolled because of an encounter dice, anyone who is an ally to the adjudicator has advantage on their attacks and saving throws for the first round of combat. If Evelyn is leading, Evelyn has Druidic Calm. While Evelyn is leading the party, increase the likelihood that an encounter with a creature with the beast or monster tag starts with indifference or curiosity and not outright hostility.
Oh shit.
Ibrahim has Platinum Sight. While Ibrahim is leading the party, reveal the location of unique points of interest in wilderness locations that have the Celestial tag from an adjacent hex before entering them, such as shrines, monuments, and others. Oberon has Ayun's Foresight. While Oberon is leading the party, increase the chance of uncovering unique points of interest, bosses, or encounters that have the Arcana tag associated with them from an adjacent hex. And finally, Zafina has Raven's Vivace. I was fucked it up and I fucking named it. While Zafina is leading the party, play a rousing, inspiring song to your companions, allowing the party to move an additional hex during a day of travel, potentially avoiding conflict with your lively pace. Everybody has a unique ability, thus allowing everybody to sort of round robin and figure out who wants to lead, what type of encounters you would like to find or potentially avoid. As well, the party can designate a spotter, somebody within the party who will roll a perception check as the party moves through hexes to potentially find maybe something the party didn't see, a means of navigating hexes faster, potentially finding a trail or a route, or maybe hidden things within the hex that were missed due to the pace that you traveled at.
Cool.
Welcome.
I'm screaming.
You'll notice that there's a handout as well within your sheet called hex crawling. It has an image within it that denotes what the various colors and sort of symbols mean on the map. There are forest, plains, grasslands, mountains, coastals, ruins, and points of interest. These colors and hexes denote potential encounters you can find within them, rolling on the encounter table designated for that type of terrain. So you roll in a forest hex and roll a d12 and get a combat encounter. I'm going to roll on the forest table to denote what you find, albeit changed for Anor'lur to make it more fitting. Does the party have any questions for your hex crawling adventures?
When can we begin?
Don't say that. You know what he's gonna say.
I know.
Week,
No, you motherfucker.
as we call it for today. Thank you so much for playing.
Oh.
Everyone's just
Wait.
disappointed right now. Like, oh,
Wait, DM, I have a question.
Yes. However,
Will-
let me hold on. Let me get through this real quick. Thank you guys so much for playing, and thank you guys so much for watching. We will meet up, unless there are any objections, on the 4th of December for episode 7 of Dawn of Anor'lur. For as long as the players wish to stick around, feel free to highlight any questions or comments or anything about the campaigns, the players, the characters, or the setting using your channel points. Thank you.
Woo.
What's up, Blake?
So, can our friend the custodian eventually get a hex crawling ability?
Yes.
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 If
Yes.
companions that the party can bring along, as there will be numerous companions the party can eventually sort of bring along on their adventures, will also have unique hex crawl abilities. The custodian, however, is a new lad. He needs to earn his ability first through righteous and just combat.
He's gonna hit people with rocks.
We gotta find him a squirrel or something at first, kind of build him up.
Why a
He's gonna go to
squirrel?
fucking
Why a
obliterates the
squirrel?
He needs to kill giant rats and boars for a while.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining Zafina's just going up to the custodian, just like, "Hey, you see that? You see that squirrel over there? Yes. He wants to fight you in honorable combat. So be it." And he just picks up a fucking rock and throws it at him.
And eats
Hurls
the
it.
corpse. What have you done?
Is this campaign going hex game? I don't know what hex game is. Unless you're referring to hex crawling, then yes.
Yeah.
This is a system I've been wanting to implement and try to flesh out, and I've had it for a while, but now I feel like I actually have a very concrete and very solid foundation for it. And it worked wonders in the first attempt in CTF, so we're going to hope that it continues to work wonders with DOA and future campaigns. Of course, it is subject to player feedback, and if the players find it too cumbersome, annoying, just doesn't make sense, or just outright not a fun time, we'll scrap it and we'll just go back to just sort of navigating the wilderness in a much easier way.
A fat chance.
I like this.
Good, that makes me very happy.
Excellent.
To the DM, can the custodian make new doors whenever he wants? Potentially, it could be some stuff where the party starts working on like a siege form for the custodian where he could punch walls and
Oh my
shit like that.
god. If he had a
Are you
guild arts
saying-
ability.
Are you saying that we could make our pot boy into a giant fucking siege tank, basically?
Yes.
He's our Kool-Aid man.
Hell yeah!
Oh my god. No.
I love
Preach.
him already.
Breaching.
Guild arts.
One more time, Momo.
He's guild arts. That's what I want.
Is guild arts? What's that?
So guild art is a man of a lad. He has this ability to basically unform like matter into squares and then reform it.
Oh shit.
I don't know if he can reform it. All I know is that he's awesome and I love him. Like when he approaches a city, for example, the city has like built-in preparations for him, essentially, where it like separates and like keeps the city safe.
Oh.
Because when he arrives, he like just doesn't care for doors. He just destroys them.
Destroyed.
For right now, given the companion you are traveling with is the custodian. The custodian is a artillery unit, meaning first and foremost, he's always going to attempt to throw something or use ranged before going into melee. Other creatures or NPCs and the like that you can find that can support you are things like support, brutes, fighters, soldiers. All of them have a special tag, and with them have special or unique abilities.
Damn, are you saying that we could feed the custodian cannonballs and could fire them out like an artillery piece?
If you give him cannonballs, like you're carrying around cannonballs, it will improve his hammer throw ability. I guess it's only fair that you know who you're traveling with. The custodian is a medium construct artillery tag, CR7. He has 136 hit points. He has a natural armor class of 17. He has a movement
Cool.
speed of 30. He has dark vision out to a range of 60 feet and a passive perception of 15. He has resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical attacks that aren't adamantine. He has a 23 strength, a 15 dex, a 21 con, a 12 int, 15 wisdom, 12 charisma. He has proficiency in athletics and proficiency in perception. He has hammer throw and Herculean slam. He has grasping rune. He has stone flesh and false appearance.
Well, was this why you're asking us about
Yes.
Olympic sports earlier? I fucking knew it. So he's an Olympian. Got it.
Correct.
That's why, like, I want him to choose his own name and it be like some badass Grecian, like, I am Achilles.
That, or he just
chooses-
picks something like he picks something totally goofy.
Traxus Rexus.
Well, what shall we call you? I want to be named after something I'm good at. Well, what do you think? Throw. You shall call me Throw.
I
am
just-
Marcus Aurelius.
I just like the eventual news getting back to Ellen, like, hey, those goons that came in the other day just took the fucking Sentinel and left. He's like, excuse me?
He's no longer the Sentinel. He's Crixus Stonebreaker.
Huzzah!
He's like, I want to be called Steven.
God, I would break him.
My war name
That's
is
when you-
Chad. Like, no!
Oh my God, that's when you roll that fucking pod down a hill.
He's just like, call me Chad, and everyone just like collectively yeets him, hard cut to him flying over a cliff. What did I do?
He has false appearance, so while he is motionless, the custodian is indistinguishable from a statue, which is why you guys often forget that you're traveling with him.
It's gonna be pretty weird, like with some random NPC goons just like creeping up on us, and they're like, "Man, that's a weird statue," and they're randomly in the middle of the forest.
And then its arms unfurl around itself, and they're like, "Yo, what the fuck?"
What the heck?
Eject them.
Punches a hole in the ground, picks up a rock, and just fucking hurls it.
I just like how he's able to just he can find a rock and he just fucking throws it.
The custodian is essentially our early warning system. Like, oh, yep, he's got another.
Wham!
He's just like super loud. He's like, alert! Alert!
To the party, has the custodian replaced the himbo as your primary tank?
I mean, like, he's looking like it. He got that fucking health pool like a tank.
Whoa, hold on. Himbo primary? You were never the primary tank.
I mean, yeah, at best I was like an off tank.
Yeah. I was the tank. And then Evelyn showed up, and
Brother
she became
man.
the ultra tank.
You were the other off tank.
Hello, I
come
am a
on.
bear. I eat heads. That was the first encounter that the party had with my character. Holy shit,
know-
she just ate 3 heads!
For there to be a main tank, you need to have an off tank, and for there to be an off tank, you know what I mean? Like,
You've got to have
Wait.
some DPS and some
That's a good
heals.
point. That's a good point. Zeba said, "Yo, could I give him the fucking battery, the breaching ram?"
If you want to start teaching them how to be proficient with it, sure.
Fuck yeah! Oh man, we're about to knock over walls and shit.
You're gonna teach him how to cop knock and breach.
We're gonna knock over walls and shit.
Stop resisting.
Jesus.
Have him
sitting
start.
on him.
Have him start talking like Liberty Prime from Fallout. Democracy is not optional.
Eh,
Uh,
it's not optional.
I've always
Communist.
wondered why is Blake a fighter over an Oath of the Crown paladin? I feel like it would fit pretty well, actually, and fit the theme of Rowfield.
We've been at.
It's because Blake he doesn't actively worship. Because
But what?
he doesn't actively worship, and like his background is like a guardsman. You know, a paladin isn't necessarily like your average schmuck guarding the town. That's what Blake wanted to do. He wanted to be like a guardsman. They're like, you could be anything, son. You could be a diplomat, a scholar like your mother, or a paladin. He's like, nope, I want to be a guardsman.
I want that 9 to 5. Thank you, Dad.
I want to be a guardsman. That's true. I mean, it's just an oath, but like, I guess I just usually conflate a paladin with like, I'm doing this for my god.
Does the custodian need to rest? If not, that's an amazing boon for the party while out and about, on constant overwatch while the others rest. The
The custodian has sentries rest. When you take a long rest, you spend at least 6 hours in an inactive, motionless state rather than sleeping. In this state, you appear inert, but it doesn't render you unconscious, and you can see and hear as normal. So, as long as he is not having to engage in combat or other, more strenuous tasks, yes, he can provide sort of constant watch for the party.
Wait. Do we, as like the players, like the characters know? They don't know that, do they?
Nope.
Like, oh my god, he's about to be listening in on some absolutely the most fucking insane conversations during watch.
Oh, this boy about to hear some tea.
You all have a lot of issues.
See a therapist.
May I recommend a therapist?
Just looks over. You're all weirdos. You're fucking
Sorry.
freaks.
Get help.
Anor'lur in general is out of network for me, so
My plan doesn't cover that.
Yeah, sorry.
gonna be a no from me, dog.
Maybe that's what he wants to be. He's like, I want to be a therapist now because a lot of people are fucked up like you all.
You need God, let me help you.
I can fix them.
I can fix them. Famous last words.
Actually, funny enough, before we do anything else, pick a hex for your destination marker.
It's leading us.
Pick a hex.
Yes, pick a hex where you would like to go, so I can lay
Who's
down.
wait, who's leading? That's the
Yeah.
question.
Who's leading?
I don't know. Who would like to lead?
I can do this.
What's our primary example? Our objective is to either go to the cathedral, because if we head towards the cathedral, we'll cross that river that they said that the druids are at. So 2 birds, 1 stone.
The first thing we're doing is getting the waygate. Right here.
Waygate.
Yeah. So we get back fast.
Right, because we have to attune to them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we were told about Waygate.
And those are on the map now that you have?
Correct.
Well, we could go, over to the Waygate, cross the, smaller mountain pass, go to the ruins, hit the river, and then to the cathedral.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no,
Perfect.
actually, we wanted to.
No.
Sounds like
No. We hit the waygate that's there first.
Ooh,
And
yeah.
Oh
then we'll go
yeah,
to the
and then we
cathedral.
go to yeah.
It'll go like
Hear me
this.
Hear me out, y'all. Let's go to the very tippy top of the continent and go all the way down.
Blake,
Alright,
stop.
calm the fuck down.
1,900 miles.
Ugh.
It'll look like that. 'Cause We'll
I
have
love
to
that.
search. We'll have to search in this area roughly for the druid.
That's true. That is like the zone of interest.
Ooh.
Then we
If
get
we-
this Waygate,
So,
and we can just go back to the Waygate and get back.
Soul Gates provide the party with means of traversing the vast continent of Anor'lur after being unlocked. They're bound to the nearest tower of the area and allow for travel between them while the tower is active. Only when the tower is deactivated can travel outside the region be possible. Costs to activate a soul gate vary, requiring either a resource to activate it, defeating a local boss, or cleansing the surrounding area. The requirement will be known when the party interfaces with the soul gate.
Oh my
So
god.
It's more than just a tuning. Some of them have prerequisites to be able to access them.
Hell yeah, so it's like a quest of its own. Let's go, boys.
Alright, well, see, that one's right there.
Yeah,
and that one's
let's
the
go.
closest, so that one must be the easiest. That's how video games work.
Don't say that.
Oh my god, it's the God King!
Fuck
Oh,
you!
yeah. We just see this giant man on a red skull floating in the distance as it renders into view.
What the fuck is that thing? It's the fire giant fight from Elden Ring.
Oh, Jesus.
No! That what makes it worse is that it's not marked with a fucking skull. So it's just like, what the fuck?
So we are marking the Soul Gate as our first point of destination.
Yes.
Oh, so
There is your destination marker.
Oh, that looks familiar. I like it. It's got a little
Wish-
shine to it.
Really wish we had a wagon.
we ain't got shit right now.
I know.
We got a
we'll
very
go on.
expensive sword. That's what
Maybe-
we got.
Maybe we'll find some abandoned wagons out in the forest.
Yeah.
As well, like I said, with hex crawling, there are items and things you can find out in the world that'll make traveling and navigating the world easier, such
Okay.
as being able to navigate mountains faster, as mountains are much easier or much harder to traverse than anything else.
That's why we might need to head south of the mountains, but we'll get there when we get there.
This seemed like high heels more than like mountainous crags. You know what I mean? Like
The little
I think
hills,
that's just a visual effect.
the little mountains are still like small mountains. They're not like crag.
You'll
never
notice,
known Caleb to put something in the map for just visual effect.
well, you'll notice that this mountain is a 3x3. So it covers, 3x3 hexes. Same with this one. This is its own individual piece, its own individual mountain. So it's obviously much smaller in comparison to the others. However, it is
Nice.
still a mountain. You need to make proper provisions for being able to navigate and traverse mountains.
It's true. It's true.
Which we haven't.
But if Zafina was leading,
If Safina was leading, you would move at a normal pace within the mountains, but mountains have their own distances traveled within them. So a
Wow.
full day's travel isn't a normal 2 days or 2 hexes or 3 hexes. It might just be 1 hex.
wow, bitch.
Language. We're in the vicinity of the center.
Chat.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna
Shit.
teach them.
Stop.
Look what you've done.
Damn it.
The fucking custodian's just like, fuck. Where did you learn that word? Well, where did you learn that word?
From you.
I learned it from the wizard.
Ah, hell. Ah, dicks.
Now,
Ah,
let me show
God.
you what we do to wizard. Blake goes up, punches him in the stomach. All right, no, you do it, custodian.
Understood.
No.
Now,
Teleports
what do
away.
we always say, custodian? Wizards are dorks.
Oh my god.
Teleporting.
Wizards are dorks. Just Jesus. Oh my god.
Wizards are dorks.
If you look up the wizard in the PHB, it just says nerd.
Nerd.
Well, your body went down next to that thing that's about to cave your skull in. I'll remember that.
Ooh, in
Seven.
fireball range, but you're unconscious? Whoopsie.
Whoopsie doopsie. Oh no, we're on the mountain and you're about to slip over. Oh man, I can't reach you. Oh man, my 10-foot polearm can't reach
That's
you.
okay. That's okay.
I use teleport
Fucking
counter spell.
vortex warp. I'm taking you with me.
I love how you're not gonna
So
save
petty.
yourself with it. You're gonna kill you with you.
Yep. I ain't gonna save myself. I'm gonna take you with me.
I use counter spell.
So
Bullshit.
I guess Safina is leading.
Oh, we never decided who's leading.
We never did decide that.
She makes us go faster.
Yeah, but like.
I will say, this is the way we came down the mountain in this hex, right?
Yes.
I thought it was
Yeah.
this. I thought it was that
Oh.
one, yeah.
Nope.
Oh,
Alright, so we
okay.
came down from that hex into this hex, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying, we should probably avoid that hex.
I say we go right for it.
Fuck
Before
you.
I forget, DM, with the rest and stuff, is she still able to swap seasons?
What's your season currently?
I feel like you would be
She
stuck
was
in perpetual season of summer, right?
She was Summer.
Give me a second. Do, 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 do.
How are Safina's marching songs?
Or what?
How would Safina's marching songs be?
I think, Zafina, I think you're being voluntold to be the leader bean.
I guess. That's what I'm kind of guessing. I'm being
I'm like-
voluntold.
Like, you don't have to.
I will have that next week. I will come up with some stuff.
Well,
Nah, come on.
if Zafina is going to be the leader bean, I think you have to move the token.
I
mean,
don't
we'll get to
know
that.
what I've been
We'll get to that.
told.
Okay.
Yes, you are stuck in perpetual summer.
Heck. Okay.
Hot,
Hot, literally hot.
incredibly. I saw the
Uh,
images.
You can. Everybody should be able to see the destination marker.
Yep.
If you guys plan to change course or want to go navigate or find something else, let me know, and I will move it accordingly to whatever hex you want to go towards. But right now, my understanding is that you are planning to go here, and that has allowed me to plan and build accordingly.
Plan and build.
I have a question regarding Foundry. Is there any modules that you recommend? Trying to learn Foundry and I'm looking to figure out what modules are good to use. Yes, Sam, if you would like to join my Discord, I have a bunch. I've already listed all of the modules that I use for Foundry, and they are lifesavers. However, these are for version 9, not for version 10. If you want version 10 module recommendations for Foundry, I would recommend speaking to Brett Ultimus, who is another DM here on Twitch who uses version 10 Foundry, and I trust their wisdom.
He'll tell you to upgrade to version 10.
I would recommend against it for right now, just a little longer.
What do you mean?
Let it in the oven a little bit more.
What do you mean? Version 10 is right there though.
Yep, yes it is. It's right there.
Mm-hmm.
It tells me every time I open Foundry, in fact.
Same, it does me too. I am not updating my servers for a little while.
But version 10 is right there.
But 90% of the modules that we like don't work.
Or are discontinued, which
Ye-
has been brutal.
Mhm.
But version
What are you using for the hex map? I know it is Foundry, but like what specifically? Because I think I might be able to use it for BattleTech. Devathian, I made this map on an Incarnate. However, if you're asking about the hexes, it's as simple as just going into the configuration for the map and adjusting the grid type to hexagonal columns, odd and even. If you would like to watch me make some hex crawl maps, I will be making a hex crawl map. I do it on Map Making Monday. Smile.
Smile.
I'll also
noticed-
say if you guys find that you don't like your hex crawling ability or find that it doesn't fit your character, let me know and we can figure something out.
Fair enough. Damn, I'm looking at the map and I've noticed there's a lone mountain over here.
Over where? Oh, yeah,
There's a little mountain all by itself.
little guy.
Nothing but hills surrounding it. You know what it's like to always be able to look down on your contemporaries, and they always look up to you.
You notice that Anor'lur is a lot of grasslands and plains.
I do. I noticed that. Oh, I'm looking for coastal though.
Coastal is are sort of it is a blend of
types. So it's not just that raw color. It is half of whatever the surrounding hex color is, plus like a different shade. So you'll notice these ones over here, south of you guys, are coastal
Fair enough.
because they are they're sort of different from plains, forest, and grasslands. You'll be able to notice those differences by looking at sort of the edges. And
Fair
that's where
enough.
you can encounter coastal creatures and weird things like that,
Like dolphins.
like dolphins. Also, if you got a boat, for example, you could navigate the ocean.
What little of it there is.
I mean, there's still quite a bit of ocean.
I'm at least there's no leviathans living in it if it's
Shut up.
so small.
Shut up. Stop talking. Stop
Shut
talking.
up,
right
why?
now. Stop
Why?
talking. Shut it.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
Because I said so.
For why?
Because I said so.
I'm not so easily silenced, I'm afraid.
Alright, that's cool.
No, you better start getting real compelling or I'm gonna keep talking.
Oh my god, look what he's doing. Stop.
Oh shit.
Like, see, this is what happens when you run your damn mouth.
We're not even in the water.
We don't need to be in the water.
I've played enough Valheim. The sea serpents get out of the water plenty.
They do not give a fuck about the shore.
I don't want to fight the sea serpents.
I don't want to fight underwater shit that's like the water's so clear you look down, you can see it coming up from the profundities, just slowly coming
That's
up at
just
you.
terrifying.
That
That's
is
just
fucking
terrifying.
horrible
What do you mean you
shit.
guys don't? What do you mean you guys don't want to go out into the ocean? There's nothing out there. I promise.
Look, Godzilla lives out in the ocean, and I don't fucks with that.
I'm
What's
keen
the
to just not.
What's the worst that could happen, guys? Come on.
Yeah, no.
Horrifying.
Come on.
I'll go to the beach, but I ain't going out into the ocean.
You're being ridiculous.
Yes, I am. I am. Yes.
Indeed, Evelyn, you got a cool shark form. Come on. You're like the most built for the ocean.
If it's not a travel whale where people can ride on me, then I don't want it.
I would love to get on Evelyn
I want
chart.
to be, for all extensive purposes, the mount from Final Fantasy.
I want to be the $24 account bound mount
Yes,
that lets 8 people sit on my back.
10.
Hell yeah.
It's 10. But
I like them.
I'll bargain and settle for 4 or 5.
I'm just imagining like Evelyn in like a huge whale form, and it's like this giant whale with like these massive glowing marks and tattoos, and then it's just got like a little tiny Evelyn hairdo on the top of it.
See, I imagine like Appa from Avatar,
Oh,
where it has like the
yes.
little saddle on top. That's what I want.
Yep.
Yeah, no,
Adorable.
Yep.
Dorian, how are you still?
I love
I've been
this
holding on
creature.
for dear life.
I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Of sinking.
If I let go, I will vanish into the ether.
Oh my god, he's right.
He's been reading Ellen's books.
I don't like the beach.
We'll learn a lot about Ellen just by hearing him talk.
Oh, I just realized we went to the beach with a custodian. Man, we could make a big ass sandcastle if we fill them with sand and water.
What?
Yeah,
Feel
Yeah.
him with sand?
you fill them with sand and water, kind of like like a pail you'd bring to the beach,
It
and
would
then you
make
just like rub
cement.
You would kill him.
sand and water. We'd
You
make a
would
big ass.
kill him.
Like, no, what? Nah, he'd be
What the fuck do
fine.
you think he's made of inside that jar, bro?
He's made of jar and like.
His fucking brain is in the jar, bro.
Nah, dude, he's not a fucking elephant. He's a big old jar boy.
Alright,
He's a big old pot boy.
You're not gonna be his dad. You're just gonna fucking kill him.
What are you talking about, man?
Fuck that. I'm the dad now. Fuck that.
What if that's what he wants to do? He's like, I want to make a sandcastle.
He doesn't know what he wants. He's a child. He's a fucking child. He's been out for like 2 days.
Maybe he's had a lot to think about while stuck in the mine. He's like, I want to go to the beach.
Jesus Christ.
Come on now.
Want to
You don't know what he
experience the beach.
I wish to experience the beach.
I
Can we
would
go
like
to the beach?
this thing called an OVA.
An OVA.
I demand my beach episode now.
I wish for a beach episode.
We are all
right.
instantly put in bikinis.
Yeah, he's wearing
Everyone.
like swim trunks.
My clothes didn't change at all. Whee!
The moment he mentions wanting to go to the beach, I'm sorry, DM. We're changing our course.
That's fine. That's perfectly acceptable. I have always wanted to feel the water between my toes.
You have toes?
He
Yes.
just begins sinking on the shoreline. Like, wait a minute.
Ah, this is what it is like.
We're all just like watching him slowly sink as the waves crash and then recede over him.
This
I
is
believe
quite
the high
interesting.
tide is coming.
Help! Help!
I don't
Oh.
wish to alarm anyone. However, I am sinking quite fast.
Well, that's what happens.
Yeah, you wanted to go to the beach, man.
Very well.
Time to die.
Just sinking slowly into the ground.
Salutes.
Exhilarating.
This is
Oh,
what it's
man.
like.
And here's his token in case you've forgotten. Yes, he has toes.
Oh my god, he has
Pop it up on screen.
Yeah, let's get a look at them feet.
Pop it up on screen.
Look at
fucking-
them feet.
Fucking, Oberon's kind of weird. I'm just saying.
Oh, I mean, it's already canon that I eat soap, so you know.
Look, nobody said
Oh,
that was
God.
canon. We
Like
just
that.
joked
No,
about
I'm pretty sure you all jumped on that.
it. No,
What about
yeah,
Oh,
one
there's
because-
nothing.
chick from Stardew Valley that eats rocks?
Oh, Abigail.
You just
Yeah.
eat soap? If I bring you soap and you take it, are you gonna go, finally, a filling meal? And I freaked out? That's...
Just literally takes the bar of soap from your hand, stares at you dead in the eye, and takes a bite out of it like an
Oh my
ice
God.
cream sandwich.
What the
God.
fuck?
I hate this. I hate it.
there's
He's
something
just
wrong.
fucking-
There's something wrong with him.
He's just sitting there. This omelet needs something. Pulls out like a thing of body wash. Ah, perfect.
just like dial hand soap, just like.
Oh my
He's like,
god.
my spaghetti needs a little something on the top. Takes out the cheese grater, fucking soap, and just fucking.
Holy shit.
Far dove, grate that
Tell
over.
me, tell me when, guys.
Guys, tell me when. Guys?
For those who are like, holy shit, that's just a pot boy from Elden Ring. Yeah,
Yes.
yes, it is. I wanted them in my world, so I made it so. There are two currently. There's one in DOA and one in CTF.
Ours is better.
The one in CTF is actually way better because it's
No.
a kid
Shut up. No,
and
ours
he's
is better.
great.
Ours is basically a kid.
Oh, Finn is amazing.
The custodian's basically the best.
No.
Oh yeah, can you do this?
Yeah.
Custodian just picks up Finn and throws him.
He just screams.
Imagining Finn screaming.
My God. The custodian is super jealous whenever we go around other pot boys.
Who the fuck was that?
I will devour
How do you
them.
know them?
No, please don't. Oh my god. He's eating them.
You leave my nitwits alone.
Oh
Aw.
no.
These are my fleshy morons. Find your own.
Only
I will be
shall
dealing with
consume
our
theirs.
problems, not you.
That's beautiful.
God, jealous custodian.
You get jealous
Get
like a
over here.
cat.
If he was like a cat, oh my god, we all be sitting
See-
around the campfire and he's just like, I wish to sit on your lap.
your legs fucking fold upwards 90 degrees. You have digitigrade legs now suddenly.
He thinks he's a laptop boy.
Carry me in the baby Bjorn now.
Stop. Oh no.
Which of the players are also in CTF? Oberon, Evelyn, Ibrahim, and Talanos are also players in Cometh the Fall of Man.
Yeah.
You're
Top boy wants uppies.
I play a rogue in that game. Yeehaw.
A rouge.
A rouge, yes.
I play a rouge in my game. A what? A rouge.
Well,
It's-
if we'd like to
a
wrap
rogue?
it up.
Indeed.
Indeed.
I'm Kellen.
Thank you guys
Fuck off.
so much for coming out and supporting the players, supporting Momo, supporting me, and letting me do this awesome D&D thing with all of y'all. I look forward to seeing y'all next week for episode 7 of Donna and Anor'lur as we begin the Hex Crawl adventure. Until then.
Okay, good night.
Good
night.
Or
Good the bad chat.
Yeah, you talk like that.
What? What's wrong? What? Should I do my usual one? Okay, fine. Bye, chat.
Why
Bye.
are you doing that?
Bye. I'm even put like a little peace sign up over my eyes and I'm winking.
No one can see you.
Kawaii
I'm
Desu.
trying to be, shut up. I'm trying to be
Kawaii.
cute. Chat, leave me alone. I'm trying to be kawaii for chat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you fucking
I'm
weeb.
out. Alright, chat. Thank you so much for joining. Oh my god, my hands are cold. Holy shit. Oh my god. What is wrong with me? Why am I such a freak? Anyway, yes. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, spending time with us in this valiant cold ass day. Thank you so very much, and I hope that you all enjoyed this episode of The Dawn of Anew, our D&D game we run every Sunday. My hands are fucking cold. Oh, they're so cold. Thank you so much for all the resubs and the new subs and everything that you guys have given today. I do not think I will be streaming this afternoon as I have some work stuff I have to get done. But tomorrow morning I will see you all around 11 to 1 p.m. depending on when I can get into town and when I can get home. So I love you guys, and I hope that you had a fantastic time, because that is utmost my most important thing that I enjoy is making sure that you guys are doing good and having a good day. So if I have completed that, then I am happy. I hope you have a fantastic and wonderful afternoon, and good night.